Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to MistGames into our second day of the Heroes of Tomorrow tournament for this week. I am the Eternal J, of course. I'm joined by Vendetta for the second time. He hasn't ditched me just yet. I haven't gotten quite that annoying. We'll get there. I'm sure.
Still some days to go. We'll
Yeah,
see. We'll see how it
there's
pans
still a
out.
long time to go. So I imagine we'll get there at some point. But slept well last night. How you doing?
I'm doing well, honestly. Again, we had some pleasant surprises from yesterday. I'd say, yeah, basically something that we didn't really expect. Nine Academy definitely put themselves on the board in sense of just being a team to watch for this one, even if they did eventually fall to Tricked. So that was fun to watch, and I think we're gonna have potential new surprises today as well. So looking forward to that.
Yeah, our match of the quarterfinals will be taking place over the course of the day, so we'll be very excited to see how that will play out. From the moment, we'll just bring up to speed with how the bracket has played out. You mentioned that Nine Academy matchup, how they went toe-to-toe against Trick, but still lost out, so Trick will be in the upper semis, as will Masonic, looking to take on the victor of that Astralis Talent versus Metisport matchup, and later on today, we'll have the Young Ninjas versus 0-0 Prospects also going down. So we're looking at that Young Ninja 0-0 Prospects match as being the main event of the day, right?
Yeah, it feels that way. Obviously, Young Ninjas has been, academy team, talent roster, whatever you want to phrase it as, for quite some time. They were one of the first ones, like once this
Mm.
trend got back going. So they've always been able to produce, some talents. We've seen the Young Ninjas players, or multiple of them actually, have the opportunity to play for the main NIP squad, which is no small feat by any means. And also CR0 prospects, while it's not Brazilian talents in that squad, similar to their old main team or current main team, it is one of the prospect teams or one of the talent teams that we've seen do more, on an international level compared to maybe, let's say, someone like Bitfix who's primarily been playing in national leagues and so on. So that should be, at least for my money's worth, the most hotly contested match today.
We'll get to see how far they can go in that matchup a little bit later on today. But we'll start things off with Astralis Talent versus Metisport. I'm going to try to see if I
There you
can
go.
say that right.
Yep.
I keep saying Metsiport. I think it's because of Mezzi.
Yeah,
He's messed me up.
probably.
So
I
yeah,
mean,
yeah.
UK people got to stick together.
Exactly. But Astralis Talent, the one of the other academy teams that we have playing out this tournament.
Yeah,
Actually, three academy teams playing today. I just realised. So they'll have the onus of not taking on a direct academy squad,
true.
and probably to their benefit. Honestly, these guys have been looking pretty good. Probably the best iteration of Astralis Talent that we've seen in its history.
Yeah, honestly, I think that's a pretty safe thing to say. They started out horrendously,
Yeah.
obviously, in the first season of We Play Academy, but they've gradually been taking steps. It's obviously not the exact same lineup as they had to start us off, but again, kept some of them in there. Altex being one of them, who've been around since the beginning, pretty much. So, but as you said, yeah, they've kind of just been making strides and actually taking steps towards improvement, and we've seen that time and time again. We mentioned how Masonic, etc. They've been recently got a land game box in Denmark. They actually ended up playing in the grand finals versus Astralis Talent, and Astralis Talent were the ones to actually win that out. So they come fresh off of a land victory, something that I wouldn't have expected from an Astralis Talent lineup if you go back, 6 months plus. So it kind of goes to show how well they've done as of late. They've also had a bit of a change up, obviously, with the coaching situation, etc. They used to have Trace as a coach. Now it's Ave. They've kind of just flipped around the main squad's coach and the talent squad's coach due to the major regulations, and maybe that's had some sort of an impact, to what they've been doing. Maybe Ave's been able to basically, copy paste some of the things that they've been doing with the main squad and apply that to the talent team as well.
Well, certainly all these factors have compounded to a decent roster that just seems to do really well. You mentioned that land victory, which is something I never expected seeing Astralis
Yeah,
bomb out in their first few seasons of other tournaments because they weren't just playing in the academy leagues; they were playing in the other tier two tournaments as well.
yeah.
So seeing them make the steps that they've made so far puts them in a pretty decent spot in this particular tournament. With academy teams, we're always looking for that one player, though, the one player that you could see promoting into the main Astralis talent squad. Like obviously for Mouse Sports, for example, they've had JDC, they've had Torzi, the Young Ninjas have promoted LNZ up there, or Linus as he's called. ZTR's also been up there as well. So who do you see the player that's been the most likely to have a call up on this Astralis talent side?
Again, that's a pretty tough team to break into, I will say, and because they've had a little bit back and forth, it's kind of hard to pinpoint one of them, right? Like you need, again, you kind of first need to identify what kind of player from Astralis that would have to go. Again, I don't think you can replace someone like Config or Blame F.
Mm.
Again, very difficult to play someone like Glaive. So then it would come down to Farley, who again is a new addition, probably not getting rid of him, and then. Well, how do you replace Sipnix, right? He's, a plethora of experience, known as the clutch minister and so on. If you can find that in a 17, 18-year-old talent, unlikely. But Yeah, no, I'd have a hard time. Maybe Mither. I think he has been a bit of a fresh, or a breath of fresh air for this Astralis talent squad. From what I saw from season to season in the Academy League. So if he can continue on that trajectory, there's possibilities. Again, they're all still pretty young, right? So they have a
Yeah.
lot of CS ahead of them to be played as well. So there might be some of the four others who still take bigger strides in terms of improvement than Mither, but he probably would be my best bet as of right now.
Yeah, surely a lot of CS for them to play over the course of this week. They are the known entity in this particular matchup. Metisport, probably not so much so. I'm definitely not too familiar with this lineup. I imagine that you probably got a few more insights than me on this one. So give me the general sort of gist of this team. What can we expect?
Again, so these guys are yet another team who have been primarily playing in the National League, the Tele League in Norway, similar to Bitfix Gaming, but they've had a bit of a better season than what Bitfix have had. So I'm expecting more out of them in terms of putting up a fight versus a team like Astralis Talent. Um, but they don't necessarily have like the youngest squad. As you can see, there's an average age around 22, 23. But my eyes would probably be focused on someone like Kos, the middleman there, Emil Kosa, who's known to wield the op in a pretty decent fashion, and he's going to have to be instrumental for them for their team if they're going to be able to put rounds on the board at a regular basis versus teams like Astralis Talent. So again, for me, what I'm looking for more so than just an individual from the side of Metasport, it's just going to be how they actually approach a game as a team, right? Like how they can actually go about figuring out weaknesses in the defense of Astralis Talent, how they can actually adapt if they get shut down, because we didn't get to see that from Bitfix Gaming in our opening matchup yesterday. So I'm hoping to see a bit more of a positive side on that end going into this one.
Yeah, we saw two very different styles of gameplay from the underdogs in yesterday's
Yeah.
matches. We saw one where a team that didn't really understand how to play Team CS, I felt like, and then a team that definitely did understand and had the potential to back it up against our tournament favourites. So, where do you sort of see this team resting on that front? Like, how far do you like? Do you feel like they're more of a Nine Academy or or more of a Bitfix?
Again, having been so surprised and positively surprised by what we saw out of Nine Academy, I'd probably put them somewhere in between. So a step up from Bitfix Gaming, but probably not quite to the quality of Nine Academy. And that's not necessarily to say that they're going to be a wash against anyone they play, but it's simply because I didn't expect that from Nine Academy. They actually ruffled, tricked, and had a decent opportunity to, especially on Overpass, get a decent lead and actually, potentially steal a map away. So I'd put them in between there. Again, if Metasport were to go up against Spitfix, I'd probably favor them, or I would favor them. But again, it's going to be really tough against pretty established Danish squads, as we've seen. And that's kind of how we've, I guess, prefaced it as well going into this tournament as well. Because, yeah, talent seemingly grows everywhere in Denmark. And they seemingly all have matching, and they seemingly all have a good understanding of how to play team-based Counter-Strike. So it's always going to be a bit of an uphill struggle for the new dogs, I guess, for newcomers.
Well, it's not the only difficulty they're going to face in this particular matchup. Obviously, winning a map veto is going to be a bit of a concern for them, much like how it was for the underdogs yesterday. So we can see that map veto and how it's played out here. Ancient removed by Metisport. I like that. Ancient,
Yeah,
that's actually
that's
a
a good
relatively
one.
good map up for Strauss Talon. They get rid of Inferno. Picking for Nuke for Metisport. I'm not sure I like that.
It's brazen again. Like you kind of said, it's going to be difficult to feel like you've won the veto in any sort of sense if you're Metasport here, and I think they're just simply going off of okay, Nuke is might be our second best map. Again, if you look at their HLTV matches, which consist of one, they only have a one on Inferno, which I'm assuming what Astral is banned for, and Nuke might be just simply down to the fact that okay, well, this is what we feel more confident on than anything else in the pool. And to be fair, Astralis doesn't have the greatest of results in terms of just straight up wins on a map like Nuke, but they have beaten Tricked
Yeah.
on that map. They have beaten Masonic on that map. So even if they've lost to, let's say, Eternal Fire is a bit of a step above. That's a major team. So again, it's still going to be a difficult one for Metasport here, but who knows? Maybe they can get off to a hot start on the T side. Maybe they can win pistol, win first buy round, that kind of thing, and still have a decent chance. Have a bit of a cushion going over to that CT side that can have them rolling. Because again, individually, I'm not necessarily too worried in that sense. All of these players are obviously high elo players who know how to click a button. I'm more worried about how the team aspect and how like the dynamic is going to work between, do they rotate properly? Do they actually,
Yeah.
highlight stuff correctly for themselves so people don't get taken off by surprise, etc. when there's a lot of chaotic stuff happening on a map like this. And if they can have that under control on a map like Nuke, yeah, there's definitely chances to pick up quite a few rounds.
Yeah, Nuke is the kind of map which would weed out sort of like the Pug Stars versus the actual teams because
Absolutely.
everyone goes into Dust 2 or Mirage or Inferno just because it is so simple to understand from an individual perspective.
Yeah.
When you get into Nuke, it doesn't quite work that way. So this will be a pretty big test, I think, for Metisport. And them picking into it does show some level of confidence to a certain extent.
Yeah.
I also think about what we were talking about yesterday with the Danish teams and how well they do on Nuke in general, however,
Yeah.
and that also is another factor to consider. Mirage and Overpass are the last two maps in the pool on that one. And I did notice that Metisport had the choice between Vertigo and Overpass to ban out in the last wave of the ban. That's kind of a bit of a lose-lose scenario because those two maps are like the highest played ones for Australis talent. So I can see them. Again, it was always going to be difficult to win a veto in this context,
Yeah.
but they didn't really get much of a great choice towards the end there.
No, I guess one thing that they can feel happy about, in a sense, is that Astralis Talent picked Mirage, which is a bit of a surprise for me. I would have expected Astralis Talent to actually go towards what you said, either Overpass or Vertigo, because historically that's kind of been where they've been able to showcase the most. Vertigo was pretty much their most played map for the longest of times, even in older iterations of the squad as well. And they went from a point of being rather hopeless on it to actually looking competitive. So once they had under wraps, I kind of figured that would be a bit of a mainstay. That would be their home ground. That would be their where they take assumed favorites onto to see if they can have a bit of an upset and so on. But opting for Mirage here, it's gonna be an interesting one again. Lends itself more into kind of that puggy, not necessarily too focused on team play style of Counter-Strike. So that might be a little bit of a benefit for Metasport. But again, you're still going to have to deal with Overpass if it makes it to a third.
Yeah, I could see an angle in which you could see the potential in those first two maps for Metasport, just because they picked into a map of their own, right, which in theory should be one which they're
Yeah,
confident with. And then
crossing
you've got
fingers.
yeah, fingers crossed. And then you've got a pug map, which in theory should favour the individuals for them, which possibly could lead to an upset. I see where the thinking is right there, but the also concern is the fact that Astralis are also just a lot more rehearsed, a lot more well versed in terms of protocols, in terms of individual basis, really.
Yeah.
And even if you wanted to take the idea of an upset on a pug map like Mirage, you could also see the angle in which Astralis just outfrag them on Mirage at the same time.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Again, we're talking about, maybe the puck style being more, I guess, lenient on a map like Mirage, but again, guys like Fessor have been in some really solid, iterations of Danish lineups. Again, he was, picked by MSL, for instance, for that South project that did go south, but again, it showcases that he obviously has something to him, just from an individual point of view. That's obviously going to be valued, and they've all been matched at a much higher level than what Metasport has ever been to. So yeah, as you said, even though the map might be a little bit lenient toward Metasport in terms of being able to get individual duels and potentially have a bit of a heroic game from an individual or two, it's still going to be really difficult because again, it's a matter of pound for pound. I think Astralis talent might just have the better individuals too.
Well, in terms of the individuals, you talk a lot about individuals. Who do you think would be the impact difference makers for these two teams? Outside of the twos that we've just mentioned as the highlight sort of elements of those respective rosters, who are you looking at the most to try and have impact?
Well, again, for me, it's going to be Cost with the op on the side of Metas. Even though I've already mentioned him, I think he's going to be vital in terms of being able to stabilize things potentially. Not necessarily opening up every single round. That's not necessarily what you need an operator to do, but kind of being that safe pair of hands that can always get you a potential trade at the very least if it's not looking for these openings. Because we saw that versus Bitfix, for instance. They were very good at getting the one-for-one trade initially, but then pretty much every single time you'd see Masonic pick up two right after with no responses from Bitfix, and every round just kind of seeps out into nothing where you have a solo player just kind of lurking about, not being able to be in a position to win. So that's what they need to avoid. They need to be able to stabilize it, and I think an Opera can be very helpful in that kind of a scenario. On the side of Astralis talent, I think they do have a lot of go-to cards in that, since I don't think they necessarily need to rely on Fessor or necessarily Mither for that matter. We've seen good games out of Altex, we've seen good games out of Vigo and Breezer, all throughout the span of their time in Astralis talent. So again, Astralis talent have a bit of a luxury problem. in that sense, that there's almost too many people who can potentially step up, and that's not the case for MistGames.
Yeah, in terms of team play dynamics, though, obviously that's one sort of the main pitfalls we talk about when underdogs, and the main issues they're going to have when it comes to facing in these kind of matches against this Astralis talent. What do you think are the main sort of hurdles that a team like MistGames has got to jump over to try and look competent in a team formation against Astralis?
Basically, being able to deal with chaos and being able to deal with what coordinated teams can do, against you. We saw that, Masonic's CT side on Ancient was a prime example of that, because stuff happens so quickly, they're so quick to respond because they have their protocols, they know what they're meant to do. So if MistGames can't be aware of what's going on during all of the chaos, they could just get picked apart, and it becomes a bit of a flat affair. We'll see, though. They do get the, I guess, not so fun benefit of starting on the T side.
Already Mist has found that first frag alongside Vigor with a turnaround. Mr. doubling up as well. Only one good trade for MistGames as they just get picked apart in this upper side execution. Only costs the last player left. Tapped up by Vigor, removed from play with the 2K. And a pretty easy pistol for Astralis talent. Not the most encouraging of starts here for the T side.
Yeah, a bit of a lackluster affair in that sense. You can see even the Molotov that they're meant to have for backside seem to vanish into thin air. Not ideal. Again, upper pushes are absolutely something that's super viable for any T-side team on a map like Nuke, but you obviously need to hit your utility properly. So if the backside Molotov isn't there, obviously it's not going to force anyone out of position, and the CTs can feel comfortable. Same thing goes with the flashes as well. It didn't seem like anyone on the side of Astralis were necessarily bothered by anything happening there. So it needs to be shored up. Otherwise, this could be a bit of a rough experience for the Norwegian squad.
Forced it up into the second round here with the Tech 9s out on 4 individuals. A Deagle also in play. Joachim taking the long range battles towards the outside as his teammates just dive down in from the secret control. Only one CT to catch him off here, and Vessel will have a bit of task towards him. He will just spot them, try and fall back out of the observation window. Old Tech in the crossfire. Does lose his life to the Deagle, so that's a respectable, decent shot. Not ready are the Rafters players, and Vigo coming in from the ramp control will provide a little bit of support. Vessel does get a kill in, and Vigo bails him out. No trade available for Kos here, and it's all left to Reaper in a 1 versus 4. Vessel might be 1 HP, but being so far away from contact leads to unlikely kills for this Tech 9.
Yeah, he's going to have to hope that he finds the back of someone on the side of Astralis talent. Maybe he can pick up an M4 and do something with that, but obviously a pretty rough spot to be in at this stage. Can't necessarily make too much noise either. So tempo going to be a bit of an issue as time winds down, and obviously no bomb in hand as well. Yeah, no chance Reeser's going to have his back to ramp at that stage. So pretty nice and cleanly done from Astralis talent, starting with one player downstairs early on. Not getting necessarily too worried about the fact that the smoke wall has gone down out in yard. So force buy doesn't necessarily net anything for MistGames, not even a bomb plant, sadly. As we had a little bit of a pause. I do think it's a little bit early for a tactical timeout.
Yeah, I imagine this is technical in nature. MistGames doesn't really need to discuss too much here, just a case of get this eco over and done with, get towards those guns and try to mount the basis on the T side from there.
Yeah.
Astralis talent, similar story for them. They've got the guns, they've won the last 2 rounds, it's been pretty simple for them. Nothing major that MistGames has really posted up as of yet. Again, this could change as the match goes on, but for now, pretty much formality in this early game.
Yeah. Nothing really to overthink in that sense. And obviously, for MistGames, I think it's going to be important for them to kind of get a good understanding of what's going on in terms of what basic or default setups that Astralis talent are running on their CT side, and see if they can actually find some holes in the defense on that side. It's going to be curious to see if Astralis talent are the kind of team who will start a player down, jumping through ramp to go up secret and basically deal with yard in the sense of not dealing with yard and just allowing T's entrance down towards secret and so on, or if they're actually going to be more more inclined to actually just receive them out in yard and take those fights early on. Seems to be a little bit of a preference thing, depending on what kind of yard player you have.
Well, this tech pause, I can confirm it is a tech pause as well, by the way. MistGames coach's PC's crashed, so To try to get that fixed up before we jump in. And I guess obviously we've talked about the idea of the Astralis talent coach and the Astralis coach also swapping roles, which might have impacted the way things have worked on the talent side.
Yeah.
For Metasport, how important do you think like an outside influence like a coach is going to be to this team in this match and also throughout the course of the tournament?
Without necessarily knowing I guess the coaching approach of their coach, it can vary. Obviously, we see that from top teams as well, right? You'll have some who work or function more as a bit of a motivational booster and is able to kind of keep the players in check in terms of not kind of fleeting away or getting too down on themselves if they have a bad round and those kind of things. But I think Metasport in this scenario, they know they're coming into this as pretty heavy underdogs. So what you'd like is a coach who can basically provide you with tactical input when you need it. Again, you do have timeouts available. There's no reason not to use them. Honestly, if you're struggling, even if obviously there is constant conversation going on within these teams as the game is going on as to what you're doing or what's happening and what you should do. But sometimes it's good to have those extra 30 seconds to just be able to kind of refine a plan or come to an agreement or just kind of get all the details that you sit with out in the open, so people can discuss it, right? Because a guy in yard might pick up something that a guy on ramp has no clue that's happening, but he might have an idea as to how you can solve a problem if it's been spotted. So yeah, tactical input, that's going to be, I think, the most beneficial thing that you can get out of coach from a team like Metasport right now.
Yeah, and I guess as well, just thinking about like obviously the tactical depth is going to be the main issue I think for Metasport right here. So having someone who's a bit more tactically inept, or tactically apt, able to be able to contribute in that sort of sense, and again just spot those little mistakes that they're making. Like you're already pointing out how the utility was missed out on that first execution, and maybe those small little things, those small adjustments you need to make on the fly in the midst of a game, might be where things sort of things come to a head essentially for them. And again, those small little things are going to be the difference maker. Astralis talent, you know that they're going to punish Metasport for those kind of issues throughout the course of this match.
Oh no, absolutely. And again, it sounds kind of weird because you'd expect obviously players who've played as much Counter-Strike as these guys will have almost every lineup in the world just burned into their head and kind of remember it at any given time. But you do actually run into instances where maybe you've altered a strategy, so you've had set lineups that you've done for the longest times, then you see kind of a further developed way of doing that, let's say upper push, etc. But now you have instead of throwing only a Molotov from this spot, you found, seen other teams do this kind of lineup where they can actually do a combo of utility from a different spot. So now you need to relearn that, know the lineup, etc. And in some cases, if this is the coach that's found it, he might have a better idea or he might remember more accurately, what the lineup actually is. So a player might be like, oh wait, is this correct? As he's lining up in like a rough estimate of what he thinks it is, and he can actually get some assistance in that sense. And that can be pretty beneficial, obviously, because if you, let's say, you don't smoke off main where you're meant to smoke off main, that can have fatal consequences in the sense that you go in with your back turned, expecting it to be completely safe, but that not being the actual case. So yeah, no, I think that's going to be interesting to see. And obviously, as you mentioned, just tactical depth in general is Metasport going to be kind of stuck with, well, we have one way of taking yard and we have one way of executing the A-bomb side, and that's pretty much all we have, because that's worked, at a national level. That's not going to be good enough versus a team like Astralis Talent. That you need to throw, the kitchen sink at them and kind of see what of the 5 different variations of smoke walls you have that you can actually use in those kind of things.
I tend to find it's a bit of a shock to the system to a lot of teams that come up from that national level. They think, oh, we're
doing
hot,
well,
we're doing great in our national scene, and then they come to this national tournament, and then all their strat book just doesn't work at all because it's not quite like that. Obviously, it's still very early doors, and we don't know what their strat book looks like, and I guess we'll find out as this match goes on. Only 2 rounds deep, so we can't necessarily say an upper execution.
It's all gone, like no hope left.
Yeah, and an anti-eco is going to be the decisive factor to how this match plays out from here. But I mean, you are right about these, because these are things we have to think about with these underdog teams. Is the fact that sometimes, I mean, that's what the differences make, right? I know a lot of people just seem to take a look at the screen and they think, oh well, they know how to click heads, therefore they must be great. There's a little bit more to it than that. There's a little bit more depth that will make the difference in this matchup. And then that's the reason we talk about Astralis Talent as being the favourites in this match.
Yeah, and again, you do see kind of the difference, right? Because we talk about how innovation a lot of times happens at a lower level, and that is true. But again, as a bit of a foundation, as a bit of a base that a lot of these younger and newer teams actually start off of is, you watch, let's say, Astralis play on Nuke, and then you pretty much just copy-paste whatever they're doing and use that as your strat book. And then you have to hit a certain level before you start developing things on your own.
Only pistols out, half Shariko this time, no force invest, no half buy, Bruiser, Vigo, Fessor, easy pickings across all 4 of those players. Lost left alone with the Glock upstairs. Does manage to land a decent exit frag, but probably no much more than this. Indeed, the nades of Fessor able to close out the 3rd round for Astralis Talent. But again, Medisport not really focusing too much on that round as a victory, looking more towards the gun buy, which should be coming through now.
There's a bit of a field day for Astralis Talent to start us off. As you said, buy round coming up right now, and yeah, I guess we'll get all of our questions answered as the first half plays out, whether or not Medisport actually has a breadth of strategies to actually fall back on.
Also setting initially towards the upper side. Winther is trying to work towards the outside though.
How did Altex get tagged down so heavily?
He must have taken a nade somewhere. He's up in the ramp position. You can see him pushing up actually on that mini-map. Meanwhile, Joachim's going to deal with Mister as the opening aggressive player for Astralis Talent. So damage done and a kill to go away Medisport.
That's a very, very solid start. And again, they haven't had to give up too much for that opening frag either. And they've also done significant damage onto Altex. And now we see smoke wall, close main wall going out. They go in a very aggressive position. Well, I was about to say 2 of the players from Medisport and immediately said it's going to be 1-for-1 trade. Breezer also giving up his position. A lot of information to work with initially here for Medisport at the very least. Oh, wow, that's a quick rotation for Breezer as well over towards ramp.
Needs Altex to step up right now, though. That orb's going to be suppressed, and now Altex giving up his position. But fortunately, the P's are going to go back into the A site anyway. They've got to deal with Fessor, and they can't quite get him, unfortunately. 2 kills for him on the M4 and the Tech 9. Did lose one of his teammates, but locks out a triple pretty effectively. And AWP picked up an all 2 AWP save for Astralis Talent, in fact.
Yeah, no, they definitely managed to get it done there. Medisport having initially the right idea. I don't necessarily have anything against the play, but I couldn't necessarily get the read on the fact that Breezer will be so quick to rotate first into ramp and then also making the immediate rotation up towards the upper bomb site. So he becomes a nuisance everywhere he showed up, just from making noise out in yard with 1 missed shot. That gives Medis the idea that it would be safe, that they're going to have a player isolated over towards ramp. And to be fair, against most teams, you'd probably see the op kind of hang out more towards yard longer than Breeze did.
Smart attempted pick in there from Altex. He recognizes the quick face from one T-side player and the slow facing to pick challenge on the second man. Couldn't quite get the kill for it, but you could see again that level of experience. Astralis Talent know what that peak is supposed to do, and they know how to counter it.
Yeah.
He picks back for the T-side on the same. They have found Cast in the back corner though here in the ramp room. Vigo's going to fall for it. Insertion point. Astralis weren't ready for that.
Definitely weren't. Nice little move there from Medisport. And it looked like they wanted to set up for an inner push with Benau's smoke, the way he was looking at door there initially, but might have made a bit of a change in their plans off of that pick. Altex pretty deep in towards Secret. He's going to be able to find one. That's Winter. Managed to lurk out. Is he going to be expecting more, though? You see the bit of an insecurity or uncertainty on the side of Astralis Talent as to where to look, as we have Medisport actually moving down towards the lower bomb site.
Put that spark up a decon. Easy plant towards Old Toxic. Got the rafters upstairs. Here come the CT side. Reaper's found his way in over the vents control. Gets that 1 kill, falls back to his teammates and gets the advantage as well for the T's. Fessor doesn't let that last too long though. 3 versus 3. And the AWP moving in alongside another rifle here. Double orbs on the retake. Not ideal for them, but the M4 still striking on the player up on the rafters. Koss gets caught on a no-scope. Altex with the latest kill. An advantage regained to even standing as Joachim turns his deagle up against Fessor, and the head lands from Reaper the same. A triple for him, the savior of the round for Medisport.
Yeah, it's that second yard lurk that actually finds the perfect timing to catch Astralis on the rotation down towards the lower bomb site. Altex probably thinking that Winter surely should be the sole lurk out in yard. Not to be the case, and that pays dividends for Medisport, a round that you definitely don't expect them to actually come out alive of. I think they would have been happy with just getting bomb plant, but managed to get it done and already on the board, and that's a bit of a buff to their economy as well. 2 weapons brought with them into the round as well.
Of course, the rebuy to feature the AKs, the AWPs as well.
Yeah.
A lot of potential that Astralis Talent don't quite have here. Lacking in the kit department, only one for Ultex, and Force across the board, and not a lot of util to play with either.
Yeah, and I think that's the scariest part really for Astralis Talent. And we're going to see how greedy they are if they try to hold on to it for as long as possible, which obviously is what you would like to do. Would be lovely to have 30 seconds left in a round and still have smokes for Squeaky Door and that kind of thing. Ooh, unfortunate bounce the flash right there, but not going to get punished for it. See it again. Only one smoke this time though. Being shipped out in towards main. Usually that is a bit of an indicator of an A split.
And smokes out towards Rambles misdirection. Perhaps that bomb is in Squeaky. Going to go with the A site, and indeed the split player has been taken down. Reaper first to fall to the hands of Vessel. They're going to slow walk their way through that smoke out of Squeaky Door. Ultex meanwhile deals with Joachim over to the ramp position. They've gone for the vent dive. 5 versus 3. Silent as anything. They should get the bomb down from here.
They should. Downside is, though, still 5 players on the side of Astralis Talent up and alive, even though some are a little bit labored. Ultex down to 18 HP, Fester at 40. But bomb down at the very least. Oh, and that's the foot.
Well placed there from Winter. Good kill to find things back within touching distance of evenly. Wobble, good kill, and there's going to come through there against Vigor. But now with another one as well. A double, a triple, not quite found, but Course has got the AWP, and Ultex has fallen to the hands of it. So these 3 players maintain their lifeline. Turn from a 3v5 to a 1v3. And easy pickings for Medisport as they get their second on the board.
Honestly, solid done. I kind of half expected it to be a scenario where they get the bomb plant, and that's pretty much all they're going to have to write home about. But actually being able to turn that 3v5 into a round win, definitely impressive, and even more so, means a lot for them going forward, considering that the rebuy was all of the bank that Astralis Talent had been able to build up. So they're going to be back to pistols outside of the one rifle that they managed to keep with them. So chances here for Medisport to actually grab some very valuable rounds. Mentioned it a little bit earlier. If they could get somewhere around 5 T rounds, etc., they have a bit of a cushion going into that second half. Could prove to be very, very valuable.
Only 3 rounds away from getting there as well, with the pistols pulled out for most of Astralis players. Seems like that's probably going to end up being the case. He's taking risks, unable to get the full-on frag.
But they do get confirmation on the side of Medisport as to where the one rifle is. Let's see, close. Some flashes towards the inner bomb side, and that's activated players out from Squeaky. And Mr. Well, does do a pretty admirable job of finding 2 at the very end there, but that was still a pretty comfortable round for the T side.
Back of their board, kind of pretty standard as you would expect here. At least these 2 kills from Mr. was relatively decent, but it doesn't lead to anything in the round itself, and not a lot of damage being done to Medisport. The economy is booming for them. Astralis now have just that enough to go for the gun buy here. Still the M4s across the board, and this time crucially lacking in the kit department.
Yeah, no kits, and again, that utility can quickly disappear as well. We'll see if Medis decides to chill out for a little bit. They go once again being able to catch the jumping player out in the yard. Ooh. This time he follows up to get a double. Last time it was only good for 1. This is going to have significant impact on the round.
Very nicely placed in that context. 2 kills to the advantage. Astralis Talent unable to get traded here. It does force Medisport to chill out. They will back off. They will hold possession. Where do they push forward, though? They've got a few options. It's just going to be a case of being spread way too thin. You see the outside player in particular completely isolated. No trade potential for Medisport here. Unfortunately, Bruiser has not seen him. It's a case of walking forward, caught off guard, but still wins the fight.
That was pretty much a duel that had to go in favor of Medisport if they had any hopes of winning that round. 2v5, and already deciding to fall back and spawning out. That's a rough decision to make. If they would have won the duel out versus Breezer in Yard there, then sure, it might not lead to a round win, but being able to get 3 frags or more on this onto the side of Astralis Talent, that would at least hamper their economy. Now, Astralis Talent are going to go pretty much unscathed out of round 8, and that's going to do wonders for their economy. Let's see how eager they are on actually hunting as well. Vigo seems to have his mind made up at the very least. And if you're Astralis Talent, honestly, I don't think there's too much value in actually hunting at this stage of the match. just focus more on actually establishing your own economy. You picking off 2 players here is not necessarily going to prevent Metas to or prevent them from actually buying up in the next round either. So a bit of a giveaway or throwaway from Big O there, and that's going to take a toll on someone's economy on it. One of his teammates is going to have to fall on the sword.
But I'm kind of surprised that with him not going down, that the rest of the Australia didn't try and swing forward to get the rifle that they dropped on Reaper and on Winter. And I think there was one outside of Red Box, so that at least would have been 1 AK to gain easy for the CT side. They didn't get any out of that round, so not even a sacrifice worth it for my money.
Yeah, no, I definitely don't think there's much value other than, you know, prettying up your KD, I suppose. But had a bit of a negative.
That one extra kill is always going to do well for your H.O.T rating.
Oh, absolutely. We'll see, though. But they still managed to keep 4 players alive. Breezer, the one being a good teammate, helping him out, buying him the rifle. That's why he's depleted in terms of cash. As you see, a pretty healthy buy on the side of Metasport.
Yeah, again, without orbs, Australis can't afford. The AK is walking their way through the smokes into the ramp room. Engagement against 1 CT, not quite getting a casualty or even that much damage involved against him. He'll fall back towards the B site. Meanwhile, Fessel's watching for players to come out of Squeaky Door, but it's all about the ramp control here for Metasport.
Yeah, been able to establish that at the very least, and this is a kind of awkward situation to be in for inexperienced teams where, yeah, you've been able to get ramp room, but you weren't able to catch the ramp player off guard. You kind of simmer down to a bit of a halt, and what do you do from this point on? But I kind of like the approach they've had. They've moved the bigger group in towards lobby once again, and left a couple of players to exactly wait for the re-aggression. Jokum not expecting 2 players, but he'll still take the 1-for-1 trade initially, and Kos has been able to find Breezer as well. So man advantage now for the T side.
We can work with that from here, inside the hut
Winter.
they'll go. Yeah, big backstab in from Hell, a footstep heard as well. Smoke things off, keep them distracted so we can try and close in the backstab, but how many is he going to find? 1 player hut, 1 player heaven. Vessel's watching desperately ahead of that smoke. Metasport are trying to stall, allow this backstab to come in. Mister's accounted for it though, and now focuses on Reaper, gets the drop to a 3 versus 3. Bial gets the trade back, Winter forced to respond to it, so now all left are Old Sex here, coming in for the 1v2 clutch out of lobby. M4 in his hand, and Molotovs go down for Kos. Press him in from 1 entryway. He'll have to make his way in from Squeaky Door. He has got that kit. Only 1 HE. No flashes, no smoke. Might be to his benefit in terms of concealing information. It's only so far that they can go, though. Kos watching, rotating around. Spots him, connects that shot. And it will be a hell of a round for Metasport.
It really was. Again, making the most out of the man advantage that they're able to create for themselves. I was a little bit worried there as I saw them starting to scale up towards the upper bomb site right here, that they would kind of be a little bit too quick about it and not let Winter get into a position where he could actually pinch with them and trade efficiently. So while they didn't do it for the first bout, the first duel that we had on the inner bomb site, they do get it done eventually. So 4 rounds and an Astralis talent team with an economy that's not too pretty.
Just Deagles out for most of the players. A P250 for Bruiser as well. So, not a lot to say the least here. At least have the upgrade pistols, so not quite USP, not a lot, but it's still very little when you compare the full automatics and the AWP for Metasport. It doesn't stop Alltex from peeking in aggressive though. Jokum first man to fall.
Bit of a sloppy start for Metasport, but now it does a really solid job of finding 2 at least, but Fesher, there we go. Shows that Danish Deagles are definitely something to be worried about. You're going to be able to scavenge some weapons as well.
Oh no. Oh
it just
no.
continues.
It's all falling apart. It's a 1v2 for Reaper now. Outside of Squeak Door, Astralis talent might have just stolen the round here. They've still got the bomb control, so the crossfire's just locked. Bruiser watching in over at the lobby entrance. I imagine Fessel's looking out towards Squeak Door. AWP is watching from the main position. There's no movement required whatsoever. He might take that 1 kill. Unawares of where Bruiser is and almost connected the spray together, but not to be on this occasion. The AK just held in, but a CT clutch as Astralis deny the equalizing score.
Yeah. Again, a little bit of a forgetful setup from the side of Metasport there. Not having anyone basically locking down lobby just became complete chaos for the better part of it. Professor doing an exceptional job with the Deagle there, finding 3 frags in total. Unfortunate for Reaper, he had pretty much a predetermined plan as to where the Astralis player would be. As you can see, just immediately transferring his spray over towards Blue Hut, expecting the second Astralis player to be there. That is a bit of a heartbreaker for Metasport. Again, you had Astralis talent down to pistols. You could have equalized the score. You could have been sitting at 5-5 and still had the CT side just hurting for money. We would have had consistently, the same kind of buys where, yeah, you do get M4s on the CT side, but you have a little bit lackluster utility. You don't necessarily get the AWP on Breezer as you would have liked, and there's always that danger of being reset almost immediately. Now it's a bit of a reversal. Instead, it's Metasport, Winter on a Mac 10, a couple of Galil's brought out as well. They do have the AWP on costs, but it's still not an ideal scenario by any means.
And the nade does not help that either. Winter's down, Jokum the other main staple rifle on low HP. Mac 10 involved, the Galil's just firepower not quite up to snuff and Metasport. Ultec spray through, catch more damage onto Winter, so it just doesn't get better for the man. Fortunately, no kills this early in the round for Astralis talent. Further smokes will suppress them for the time being as they walk downstairs and into the ramp position. Bruiser so ready for contact, but this time the jumping face baits in the AWP shot.
You can see the double rotation coming in from Astralis talent towards lower as well. I think one of the player in Garrett should have heard the tags from main, and Ultex doing him dirty. Yeah.
It was a good flash, to be fair, and a great peek to follow it up. AWP still missing for Bruiser, and that secret control been decimated with the bomb dropped, and Viggo on a backstab has been our falls. And from here, the round should fall apart for it. Quick double tap to the head costs the next man to drop, and Reaper just left alone with 23 HP in a 1 versus 5. And it's an impossible clutch to say the least in this Vessel faces. It's a frag found, the 7th round for Astralis talent, only 3 for the separation. So Metasport not in the worst position possible, and they're still 1 away from that 5th round there, but they've been 1 away for a while now.
Yeah, and again, especially because they had the golden opportunity to actually get it done, and that's where they slip and fall. And it's those kind of things you can't really afford to do if you're an underdog, right? You need to make the most out of every opportunity given to you. Again, having been able to convert 1 3v5 into a round 1 earlier on, you had a little bit of a higher hope that they would be able to tackle a anti-eco.
This should be an easy tackle of the anti-eco though. Fast rush into Brand, Molotov down, Ultec has decimated every single player. Only me for the last man standing who didn't get involved in that rush, but not like he can do much to counteract it. The bomb's been dropped, and Mister's right up the position, able to deal with him and get the half together for Astralis.
Yeah. Well, pretty easy job. I guess you can give T's credit for actually committing to it, even though they saw the Molotov burning full and well. So no cowards, I guess, except for Reaper.
You just called Reaper a coward live on stream.
Yeah, no, I mean, he reminds me of the guys I play Face It with. So probably a little bit of an improved level individually, though, I will say. But that is for back on weapons. One Galil on Jokum, and he's also taken a little bit of damage to start the round off. No AWP in the hands of Cost this time. We'll see, though. One of the things they have found success with has been basically forcing Breezer off the angle and ramp. This time it's going to start off with a trade in yard, though. Additional damage done to Winter. He's hurting, and I think the Astralis talent players are aware of it.
They're facing him. Surely he should be dead from here. If they just continue around the corner, he's gonna. There's not even trade potential. Metasport is so focused on ramp control that Ultex, it's just a matter of time here. Indeed, the kill comes in. We're reduced to 2 with an AWP pick from Bruiser. This time not forced off the angle. This time with another good kill to their name. Koss and Banal, the last 2 players left for Metasport. They do get 1 good trade in, and an over-aggressive Mister gets caught off guard. So just like that, we're back to a 2v2.
Yeah, that escalated quickly. And what I was about to say, and right before they got the trades out in yard, is that one of the biggest success points for Metas has actually been just getting ramp control and waiting for Astralis talent to get over-aggressive.
Oh, beautiful shooting from Ultex, though.
Yeah.
Moves those last 2 from play. Immediate execution. Metasport with that 1 window opportunity taken away, snatched away so quickly. And that's 9-4 now for Astralis talent.
Give you a semblance of hope only to have it ripped away almost immediately. But again, I don't mind Metasport trying to go back towards that ramp room again. They establish ramp control. We've seen on multiple occasions that Astralis talent players are kind of eager to get back that information and basically scope out what's going on later on in the mid rounds, and been punished for it as well. Jock just completely stuck. Crossfire, bullets everywhere, and a Molotov in front of him. Not ideal. Winter just waiting for the golden timing. Might not be any teammates left by the time he drops those flashes.
Yeah.
Professor doing a fantastic job to secure Squeaky. Yeah, Breezer not gonna miss those.
Yeah, this round's not gone that well for MediSport. I understand the thinking with the flashbang sitting there ready to get thrown.
Yeah.
The fact that they just fed themselves up in the meat grinder to the head of that squeaky door just made it feel so pointless, I guess is the yeah. Meh is the right word for it, because it felt like it should have been a decent round and then they just do that and it's like, okay, well, maybe not so decent anymore. At least they have an eco over and done with. They have the guns now back out for the last round of the half. But that 10-5 scoreline is the best case scenario for MediSport from here now.
Yeah, and it feels like a bit of a lost opportunity for them. They could have had 5-5, and again, an Astralis talent team who definitely didn't have their economy sorted, and now obviously they're more than well equipped. Breezer can pick that up aggressively out by Yard. Finds Joachim as well. No flashes to supplement Joachim there, which is a bit of a mishap, but now actually being able to get through the smoke and find Vigo, but quick returns here from Mr. and Professor. Actual upper site players. Breezer nicely adjusted to find Winter. So it is an 11-4 first half scoreline, and I will say it felt like MediSport kind of ran out of gas towards the mid stages of that first half.
Yeah, I mean, yes, that's the thing, right? Like from the 5-4 scoreline is when it felt like things really started to go downhill for them. Like they had so much potential in those first few rounds. You mentioned obviously they had the chance to go 5-5 with a broken economy, then they could have actually taken the lead at one point during that map up during that half. That's not happened though, and I think you probably the analogy is right there. They ran out of gas in the mid rounds.
Yeah, I think it is. I mean, no, even from regardless of what level you play on, even tier 1 teams do get kind of deflated by losing an anti-eco round. But I think again, as an underdog, kind of having things go your way, and now you're faced with the easy task to just deal with pistols, right? You feel like, okay, now we've kind of gotten through the worst part of it. Now we can, fight as equals, and then you get reset completely by a round like Fester, or a Red Deagle round like Fester had. That does mess with your head a little bit, and you start to doubt what you're able to do and so on, because they did get handled in that round. So that's a bit unfortunate, but initially I like what we saw. Again, much more of a fight in terms of what they were able to bring than what we saw, for instance, from Bitfix initially. But we'll see if this has been a big enough cushion for them to actually play into the second half. I do think a pistol round is more or less required for MediSport here.
Yeah, worst case scenario, 14-4 if they lose out on that pistol basis. So they really need to buck up their ideas and get into this game from here. The fuse kit for Benal being the only thing that they've got in this one. Upgrade pistol for Reaper might be a bit of an impactful play. The P250 also in Professor. As they managed to find their way back in towards main, almost catching one player for dead, but now there with a kill onto Bruiser's part of things. So kicking things off on the MediSport side at one more time. Mr. working in through the lobby control. That's a beautiful flick. Another good headshot as well. Triple. Players feeding him. Not quite able to secure it here. A 4v3 for Astralis Talent. Still got that bomb outside in the yard. Working their way into the A site. There's no one left to defend.
This is part of the chaos that MediSport really needs to get on top of if they want to be able to challenge Astralis Talent. Reaper deep inside of lobby with a dualies, but no T's to be found. And they've known about the guy outside of lobby for the longest of time. Probably going to deal with one.
Just looks so good right here from Astralis Talent. The crossfire's locked. It's easy picking for Altex.
Oh.
Not much Winter could do there.
No, not a whole lot. Again, very necessary for them to win out this fight with Mr. and actually get him removed, but instead he ends up picking up 2. And then just stays back, falls back, doesn't necessarily press the issue. That's the complete correct thing to do, because you can see the focus that it pulls from MediSport. They know he's at the start of lobby, and they need to fixate on him, which allows Astralis Talent all the space in the world towards that upper bomb site. So not the dream start for the CT side. A quick tempo around towards ramp here, and well, quick tempo from the CTs as well out in yard.
Yeah, trying something unorthodox because they kind of need to do something soon. This thing a bit out of the ordinary to try and get back in control of this one. Unfortunately, they wrap that corner and Mister's just ready to mow them down. Well aware that course is also outside, so the other teams will try and go for rotations and hunt. It will come in from the roof entrance. Oh, spotted by Mister. Able to burst with the last few bullets in the mag. He's happy with himself. He's just got the first ace of the tournament, if I'm correct.
Yeah, I think you are. We were dangerously close in the 9 Academy trick game yesterday on 2 occasions, but this time Mr. actually...
Is it 2 or 3 occasions?
It might have been 3, actually. I do remember 2 vividly. Kier's pistol round and overpass, and then you had, one of the 9 Academy players, I want to say Paxios?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there was one also with Paxios, the third one as well.
It could be, it could be. He did have a blinder of a game on overpass yesterday as well.
No blinders and matches here for Medisport at the moment. Guns are pulled in, but a MAC-10 able to dismantle that opening frag. Reaper down, Vessel blinders at the backside, still wins the fight anyways. He ducks into harder cover, peeks back out, gets the win effectively. The M4 of Winter can get a trade back, fortunately through the smoke, but still a 4v3, still a bomb down, still a retake on for Medisport, one that they cannot afford to concede here.
Yeah, I think Joachim is about to have a nasty surprise behind him from ramp, as Bruiser here, didn't even bother to be a part of the upper rush. He decided to take ramp by himself, and does pay off for Astralis talent as well. That was like a proper Navi in upper execute there, where you just have the
Yeah.
MAC-10 like 15 miles ahead of everyone else on the site, but just getting 500 flashes to supplement him as well, and it does work out swimmingly for Astralis talent. And even though they do get a couple of consolation frags here towards the end, it's not going to be enough to win the round, but Winter might be able to hold on to his weapon.
Nope.
I should have known better the second I started that sentence.
You've had a lot of unlucky calls.
Yeah, it's
like,
been a few caster curses here and there.
yeah,
But, it's...
not been Vendetta's broadcast. That's
Yeah,
right now,
that's-
like.
It's been rough, but...
Even though they did reduce the numbers of Astralis to 1 player alive, losing all 5 for Medisport is the worst situation for them right now, because they're the ones that are behind on the scoreline. They're the ones that are behind on the economy state. 14-4, now looking for 15-4 for Astralis. They've gone for the half buy with upgrade pistols because probably need those rifles to go for overtime. It's kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't, though, because it's such a ridiculous deficit here. 10 rounds in the lead right now, going on to 11. Astralis should make light work of round 19.
We've seen one eco round go the way of the pistol players so far in this game, but yeah, it does feel a little bit far-fetched to expect the same to happen yet again. Cross, yeah, well, semi-decent position. It's not actually going to be him to find the first frag. That's Winter. Binnow as well. That's bomb dropped.
That might be something to work with. A rifle. I think 2 actually dropped out there, so...
Yeah. If you can have a buddy join up with him, it might have a bit of a stronger defense to actually hold on to the bomb. Instead, it's going to be Fester clearing every angle.
And Bruiser follows suit as well, right behind him to deal with Binnow, so... All left, Joachim coming in from the ramp entrance, rather. Fessel gets that kill and secures it pretty effectively. And what could have been a very neat little play, something that could have given them an opportunity.
Yeah.
Has all turned to jello very, very quickly there. Astralis talent now on map point on the map pick of Medisport, and unfortunately this has looked more like a bit fix and less like a 9 Academy in our opening match of the day.
Yeah, no reserve tanks, no nothing really from Medisport after dropping that anti-eco round. It's been all about Astralis talent here, and I guess in fairness, that is sort of what we did expect, but given the promising start, we did, I guess, raise our expectations for the Norwegian team as well. Look at this, the timing is going to be so nasty for the CTs to deal with here. Mr. opens up.
Already caught here, start up. It goes round the corner, but now gets Bruiser. No, there towards the hot position. Vessel actually steals it. It did look like a wall bang. A couple of trades from Joachim. Does look also decent himself. Now Winter, last player standing. Nice, a couple of frags up towards that top of heaven position, giving a chance at this clutch, but still a 1v2 clutch with the bomb going down. This player making his way in with only a flash to enter. Has got a kit as well, which might provide a little bit of support in terms of the time itself, but you can see that Mister's just waiting behind Tetris as Winter makes his way up close. Checking corners, jump faces. Not quite able to get spotted.
Question is he going to clear angles the same way Fester does?
He just checks the open vent corner, and looks like it was squeaky as well. Making noise, but dead to the hands of Mister. There it is, 16-4. Decent effort, but not to be for Medisport. And that was their map pick as well, however. We talked about the risks in terms of picking into a nuke against the Danish team, and I think that demonstrated what the risks could have ended up being, and ended up, of course, becoming reality for them.
Yeah, no, it did. It just wasn't enough really from Middlesbrough. They needed to be able to actually convert the opportunities that they were given, and when they do drop the ball, losing to an anti-eco in the fashion that they did, it's gonna be tough. Obviously, not gonna be too harsh on them in regards to their CT side because that is a case of losing pistol, having to buy up, and if you lose the first buy, which can happen to anyone, yeah, you are pretty much screwed at that point.
Yeah, I mean,
So
it just kind of felt like as soon as the anti-eco came in, like things just really didn't go that well for them. And I don't know if that was a momentum thing or if it was just like just the way that the cards fell here. Like, what do you make of that whole scenario?
to me, it felt like well, first off, your economy does get severely interrupted on the side of Metasport. You don't have the OB back in the hands of Cos reliably from that point on, and also that I think that allowed or didn't allow them to actually go back to what was working for them. Again, we didn't see them go back to ramp as much as we did in the initial stages of the match to just force people out of position, establish control, and wait for Astralis to actually make a fact finding some of them to be on a fact finding mission. Instead, it just became them running headfirst into a set defense of Astralis talent instead. So we got to give credit to Astralis talent for that. There's pretty much no way into that upper bomb side. I think Fesser, Mr. and so on did a really good job of that. But yeah, that it just kind of fell flat really after that punch to the face that was that deagle round from Fesser.
Well, not overly shocking for the boys over on Astralis talent as they do manage to pick up the opposing map pick, a staple of Danish CS in Nuke. And as we look towards the second one, it is the pick of Astralis. At least a silver lining in the sense that it is a pug style map. As we head towards that break,
Yeah.
the situation does look bleak for Metasports. Join us after this. We'll find out how far they can go. With a 16-4 defeat on their own map pick, the situation still does not look good for Medisport, losing out on Nuke and going into Mirage, which is Charles' own map pick. Some silver linings here, Vendetta.
Yeah.
Still looking at a map that is a Pog-style map, which in theory could favour them, being a less experienced tactically team. The other silver lining here is the fact that it's not like a great map for Astralis Talent themselves. So,
Yeah, and that kind of surprised us as well.
yeah, exactly. Like, obviously you were a bit shocked when you saw the veto coming in for them, but looking more in depth into the details of the maps that they've like won and lost here, they tend to have a pretty bad time against teams like Kova, who I probably rank about the same sort of level as some of the teams in this particular tournament as well. Probably even like not even like a tournament like favorite, honestly. I wouldn't say. So like when we're taking a look at some of the maps that we've seen from this Stars Talent team on this Mirage, I kind of question whether or not that it was a smart pick in for them, but at the same time, it was also a 16-4.
Yeah, I mean, to a certain point, right? Like maps can mean, so much to a certain point. Like where eventually, like you're gonna have to have some individual quality to be able to match up versus your opponent. The map is not gonna save you entirely. It's not gonna do 100% of the work. So even if it is one of the, I guess, lesser maps for Astralis in their current map pool right now, it is also, could be an indication of something that they've worked with quite a bit. Going into, I think the last two matches they've had on Mirage hasn't been wins as well. One of them being versus Masonic, if I'm not mistaken.
Dream.
So, okay, yeah. So another Danish team.
Yeah, you're close on that front.
Yeah, exactly. So in the same country at the very least. But yeah, so they've had a couple of wins at least on the map as of late. So maybe it has been a focus point in practice, and now they obviously want to get official testing on it as well, which is something that you have to do at some point. It doesn't matter if you're the greatest team in the world in practice if you never actually succeed in official matches as well. So they kind of need to get over that hump as well, and maybe they feel like just individually, quality wise, they will be a step above Medisport, so that they can allow themselves to see how this pans out. Because I think both of us would have expected either Overpass or Vertigo to be the pick of Astralis Talent in like a normal setting.
Yeah, I mean that's why it shocks me so much on how that veto played out, is the fact that they didn't see that map or didn't see one of those maps until the last two maps they could have picked in, and of course there was Medisport banning out Vertigo in that particular case. So I kind of look at this and I feel it is a bit of a surprise. But as you mentioned before, map stats only matter so much to a certain point. Like when you take a look at what we've seen so far in the series and seeing that Astralis 16-4'd them on their own map pick. Yeah. Like, again, the situation still doesn't look all that much better for Medisport, even though Astralis are picking into a map which does make a tiny amount of sense when you think about what they've done in the past. Like, just the issue is always going to be the raw skill. Like, something we've always talked about in the UK scene is that endpoint are the best team in the whole country, right? So whenever we play, like, UK tournaments, like the UK Premiership, we always say it's difficult to win a veto against endpoint because they're just so much better than everybody else, so it doesn't really matter what map you pick into. I feel like that's kind of the case here to a certain extent against Astralis.
Yeah, and I think that's completely fair. Again, even though the map, let's say, might even be favored for Metas, if you go by statistics, obviously there's going to be a difference in opponents, the level of the opponents that they play against. But even if that were to be the case, we still saw so many individuals on the side of Astralis Talent on Nuke just having their way with the Metasport players, and that can easily translate into a map like Mirage. Professor had a fantastic first map. For instance, if he's allowed to just kind of roam freely and do whatever he wants on the CT side, that can be enough to shut down whoever. And the same thing goes for the T side as well. Metasport actually just need to be able to kind of set up a barricade and actually hold off the pressure initially, which I think Astralis are gonna put on. And that might give them a bit of a door into to an actual, closely contested match.
I mean, you say initially though, and that's kind of what they did in the start of Nuke there. But it was after that people came in, and then it was like, okay, well, they're going to recover from this, and then
they're like
never
a first
really
edition electric car in the sense that it only has a range of about 20 kilometers, and after that, it's a great car and it functions fantastically for that period of time. But once it runs out, it doesn't really have any function. Like it's not a car anymore until you get a recharge. And I guess that could be a bit of an issue. So even if they do actually manage to get a couple of rounds on the board early on, they might have, I guess, or be too shallow tactically to be able to close that out or go any further, or they just might get overrun when Astralis start making adaptations. So I could definitely see that being a bit of an issue if it's going to be a similar picture to what we saw in Nuke.
Yeah, again, that's my big fear, right? Is the fact that it will look like a similar picture in that sort of sense, and I'm hoping that it's less 20,000, more 200,000 miles from those guys, really, because like just again, like they look so good and they prove themselves that they can look like a respectable team in those isolated like 9 or so rounds or so.
Yeah.
Like, that's the big concern, is taking that and stretching it out to a whole map.
Yeah.
Because that's where the victories come in. And for them, I just didn't see enough of that on Nuke. Again, I am hoping that it's more down to the fact that Astralis are a tactically apt team. They understand what they're doing. They've been together for a while. They've got a great coach behind them. They've got a great organization behind them. They've obviously, as one of the standards, I'd assume with these academy teams, they've got practice against the main team as well. And obviously, they're led by Glaive, so he can give them some pointers all the same. So there's so much that Astralis will be able to do on a map like Nuke. And I'm hoping that some of that doesn't quite translate over to this map of Mirage.
Yeah, no, and I think that's completely fair. I mean, obviously, we're going to learn a lot in that sense, and we're going to find out. The only thing I'm kind of hoping for is that we're not going to see necessarily Metasport pull a Bitfix and pick the T side here, because they're obviously going to have side choice because this is Astralis Talent's map pick, and you would expect them to start on the CT side, and that can be a comfortable way to kind of come to terms with things. They didn't have a good go of it on Nuke, obviously, losing Pistol and then just not really having that many rounds to play off of. So that could be a beneficial factor, but time will tell, I suppose. But I do think it's completely fair that regardless of what statistic tells you about Astralis Talent on Mirage, they should be favored. They should be expected to win.
Absolutely. Let's see what side they picked on Metasport, and yes, they will go towards that CT side, so there are no shenanigans involved in picking the attacking half.
So USPs, step 1 complete?
Yeah, step 1 out of about 100 complete at this stage. So Pistol's pulling in for the pistol round of Astralis Talent, looking for the run boost as soon as one player jumps up and goes for the quick run face out towards mid. They put some utility already down up towards jungle, not towards connect. They spread out towards that mid control and try and hunt down the likes of Reaper, but Reaper draws first blood. Vigor with a very quick responsive looks in for the second man. That's Mr. with the kill, the top fragger of that last map, chiming in as Course is forced to train him back. 3 versus 3, unable to get any more. The bomb will go down.
Alright, so 3-3 after plant situation. Diffuse kit still in the hands of Binao. Cause is down to 3 HP, and that could be a bit of a thorn in the side of Metasport.
Oh, Vigo! Oh my lord, Vigo! Tapping up heads for days, a quadra for him, a triple on the post plant, and Metasport just kind of fed themselves in the lineup.
Yeah, no, they definitely were a bit of a queue system to get into that A-bomb site. But definitely solid shots being put down by Vigo in order to net Astralis Talent. The first round on the second map, so ideal start for the Danes. Not so much for the Norwegians. We'll see Force Spike coming in here as well. Scout on Jakob, not the Opper, which is kind of weirdly typical for a lot of teams to have a Rifler go for the Scout. Ooh, of course. Missed opportunity there. He fell asleep at the wheel. Top of stairs, but nothing really to say about the accuracy or the awareness of Fesser. That B-side is, it's got a Danish flag draped all over it.
No one from Metasport can really change that at this stage. The scout player, Jokum, caught off by Mr. next. Well, it felt like it was a promising start with the 5-7 tempted frags. Didn't quite actually get the kills themselves, unfortunately. So 1 versus 5 and Mr. able to get the MAC-10 involved here. A number of MAC-10 frags across the board here for the T-side line. So a lot of cash to gain, a lot of potential in that sort of sense. But ultimately, a pretty simple round for the AK, especially in that mid control. And not so much potential in Metasport for this next follow-up as well. USPs, a PT50 brought out for Banal, but nothing major in this next one.
Yeah, no, this should be a pretty foregone conclusion. Astralis Talent should be on their way to a third round without too much of an issue. And you can see the majority of their group actually were just running immediately towards the B-bomb site. Professor being given some freedom towards mid. And more or less a repeat of the last round as well. The same run patterns on the players.
It worked once, why not make it work twice, especially with pistols still being pulled up by Metasport, and Astralis will know that they're on USPs. They will certainly confirm it now with Reaper challenging at long range, and actually Castle able to finish off the kill. Voltex on 1 point of health as well, so probably a lot more damage than one might have been expecting here for the CTs, but ultimately the MAC-10s and the rifles are able to maintain control. You've got Drockum and Winter, last 2 players left. They do capture another good kill bag. One more attempted. He's getting closer and closer to landing on the Bruiser, but now Voltex leans in with the MAC-10 and he gets that final frag with Bruiser support. Could have been a bit risky with him on 1 HP, but 3 players stay alive with a 3-0 start for Astralis.
I think the idea for Astralis Talent there is that they are planning to upgrade to AKs regardless in the upcoming round, so they're not too worried about actually dying. If they get a frag with a Mac 10 while chasing wildly, you know, that's just an added benefit, even though they do obviously lose things like Kevlar and so on, but not too fussed about it. And Altix is actually going to hold on to that Mac 10, but we do see 3 AKs in play. It is a bit of a bonus round on the side of Astralis Talent here as we go into the first buy round.
Minisport lacking in one player with helmets on
with hair?
Well, I don't know about that one. I haven't seen their pictures properly. Yeah. Either way, Kos with the opening kill, Reaper with a follow-up. 5-on-3 situation gained by the Metasport defensive as the Mac 10 and 1 AK gets removed from play. Mac 10 next up towards Sandwich is also going to drop alongside the bomb here. So big kill for Reaper, trying to work off that gap in the smoke with Vigo. He dives down into the firebox. Unable to get the second kill, eventually does do so, but Jockham's taking Festival back out, so it's only left to Vigo to try and trade it. It's 1 versus 3 together for him for a full-blown ace clutch here. But with the crossfire locked out, a connector and jungle with the bomb in their sights, there's really no breathing room for Vigo here.
Yeah, the only thing I'm a little bit worried about is Metasport not necessarily standing close enough to be able to trade here, but yeah, with the path that Vigo is taking, doable. But I say that, and that's the op out of the picture, and yeah, no trade whatsoever to be found for the CTs, and this is going to open a whole nother avenue for Vigo here.
He's playing this pretty perfectly, to be fair. Walking up out towards the murder hole, over towards this sniper's nest position. 30 seconds to play with. The concern would be a bin out here. I don't know if that M4's peeking out of it.
They're just kind of overlapping where they're looking. Oh, how does that work out for them?
Wait, what? There was not even any cover there? How did we not see him?
4-3?
Possibly?
Maybe?
We get it on, I hope we get it on replay so I can see what's going on from his perspective.
It was a bit of an odd one from Vigo, but yeah, metas, they seem to, well, need that at the very least. You can see for a moment that Binal was considering that somebody could come through the vents in towards CPL and jungle, but then it just gave up on that thought. But the weird thing is that you're still just looking the exact same place as your teammate, looking into nothingness. The most important thing is to be able to be in a position where you can potentially trade, not necessarily look at the exact same spot all the time. But round win nonetheless. CT's on the board, but it is Astralis Talent to start off, well, in great fashion. That's a quick response from Vigo. Oh, and Mistra as well just finds that golden timing onto Binal.
With that kill coming into the AWP, I know where Course is, so just put that bomb over towards the B site. Actually, maybe you could rotate there in time, so it depends on the thinking here. But he backs up towards CT spawn, so ultimately that is a free and open B plant. And probably a free and open round for Astralis Talent here. They're fourth towards their board. The accuracy from those AKs looking so sick. Vigo wasn't even like a main fragger in that first map, but the accuracy he's shown in this round and the last round to land those headshots puts him at 12 kills on the board so far.
Off to a really hot start. No doubt about that. Definitely not something you want to see for metas and Cross. He might have a bit of an issue of actually staying alive here. You see Astralis Talent definitely keen on finding him and getting that op out of his hands as quickly as possible. Good job of staying alive for now, though. Yeah, Freezer, cold as ever. Didn't move for about 25 seconds, just waiting eagerly for Koss to make that cross. Does get rewarded for it as well.
It's like your third Caster's Curse of the day, doing a good job of staying alive as
yeah,
he peeked into the AWP.
I'm just going to have to say like the opposite of what I'm actually thinking. That way we're going to get a lot of crazy moments. Yeah, this is where it all went wrong. Where I doomed him. Meta's back to pistols.
Yeah, not much in this round, I don't think. Oh, perfect timing on your boost. Bruiser straight in, Winter straight out, Reaper tapping away with an Eagle. It's actually a couple of kills for those pistols, and Vigor and Bruiser will pay for their transgressions and their crimes. An AK and an AWP to play with. Where's that orb going to go? I imagine staying with Jochen for the time being. There's only 2 players that they can go to at this moment in time. That P250 around the corner. Ultek's making so much noise, getting complacent. And now the pistols have gained a 4 versus 2 advantage.
Oh, and they also have Koss in a deep position. Well, okay, but now it's just going to continue. And Koss should hear the last player running in. And yeah, I was so tempted to say only pistols in the hands of Metasport to start the round. Which obviously would have been a fantastic way of running that off. It looked so promising, right? Breezer finding the first frag, and then solid pistol aim from the CT side there to bring them one back. Definitely not one of the rounds that you'd expect to go in their favor, but a much needed one regardless. That's pretty much just a free buy on the side of Metasport. They have 3 AKs and an AWP that they picked up from Astralis Talent in that one. Some guns being swapped around.
Try to force something around here for Astralis Talent, trying to figure out who's got what gun. But Deagle's out across 3 of them, 2 rifles in play for Ultex and Bruiser. And you can see what that kind of round has done to the economy state of the T side. Not ideal to lose the pistols in that fashion. And that is the reality that Astralis have to deal with here. Run boost again for the AWP in mid. Quick shots out first. M4 turns away at the worst moment for Winter. And they even cross back out towards top mid.
Yeah, I think they saw that they messed up the window smoke and decided to do a bit of a double take, but they have been given mid control. Just for the time being on their very timely window smoke.
I don't know how to keep getting away with that. Like, what is that? So many chances for Medisport to try and get the opening frag. A headshot missed out on the bench position for Ultex. Same similar scenario for the CT player as well. Just more luck going the way of Astralis. They take damage, but no casualties. Even the leg shot for Cuz. How lucky can one team get in mid here? Damage done on second player. Still no kill. And also no map control. 35 seconds to go for the hit.
Reaper set up in a position to wait for the lurk and does actually have the patience to wait him out as well. So potential pinch from Astralis has been taken out of the equation, and now finally Cos is going to be able to, well, get complete one kill. He has done damage to 2 more. Freezer is still alive. Both weapons actually still alive on the side of Astralis Talent.
I'm going to get one more good pick back onto Winter, so Festival can grab an M4, but with that bomb rotating back out of dodge, they're just looking to hold on to the weapons here.
Yeah.
Way too much time spent messing around in middle, and to their credit, they kind of were suppressed in certain facets by Medisport. Not sure where to go, not sure what to do, not sure how to apply their force buy as appropriate, and ultimately that does cost them the round by the timer. That might wreck the economy even more further here. I imagine the 2 players that did go down might end up with a force invest in this round, right?
Yeah, again, you've been able to carry 3 weapons through. That should allow you to get some added utility on the players who died, and you can try to work off of that, and that's what we're seeing as well. Metasport, again, going up against a bit of a scrappy buy. So golden opportunity to put another round on the board. Again, giving up mid pretty quickly. Reaper, oh, thought that it was going to be a little longer. Would have done a lot of damage. Instead, it's going to be a boost from Astralis Talent to watch over that connector smoke, but they are making a lot of noise doing so. We should be very aware of what's going on in here. Solid chase to start us off.
2 for 1 with Medisport maintaining control. Oh, battle goes the way of Bruiser, though, ahead of that smoke, catching Cuss. Unable to get Jockum, however, back towards the firebox. Vigo trying to hold him out of position, has that AWP on his back, looking to fight with the Deagle. As Jockum's going to burn to a crisp, 2v2. One will commit, 1 player aggressive in CT. Spawn will try to cover off the rotation inbound from Binout. The player at connector will be the next big concern for Astralis. Vessel just waiting, the timing, sees each other perfectly. Almost loses that fight. Vigo takes damage on the rotations. It's all to Winter now. Gets that 1-for-1 now. A 1-on-1. M4 pulled out. Reload forced in for the man out of bullets. Smoke down towards CT. Kits on him and all. We can try and go for the stick on the defuse. Tapped once. Nade into his position. Will do minimal damage. He is forced off that bomb for the time being. The Deagle unsure of whether he's going for it. Now he certainly is. The AWP up. Got to peek him. Got to get there. Now a little bit on time. Very close to being a little bit too late, though. Let's get 5.
Yeah, that was the smallest of margins. It's a little bit weird, though, to see how kind of caught out of positions that Metasport got there. Obviously had a lot of information as to what was going on in mid and traded that efficiently. Still somehow, some way, Astralis Talent able to claw their way back into it. That, again, feels like a bit of an opportunity for Metasport to be able to put another round on the board. And again, as you mentioned, given the fact that a lot of players had been surviving rounds on the side of Astralis Talent, they wouldn't have had necessarily any bank to fall back on. So you could have had a string of rounds for the CTs to solidify their half, but not going to be the case. They do have the money to rebuy, off in hands of cost, but yeah, lackluster utility on a couple of players. We'll see what that results in, if that's going to have vital consequences for the CT side or not. As we get back into the action, Astralis Talon, even if they did win the round, not necessarily all set either. 2 Galils in play. Some damage taken onto Altex to start us off. He's already up in connector though.
Yeah, well, that
There's
control
that.
gain the sacrifice for that little damage in comparison. No one's up in Palace either. The one CT will get suppressed. They'll burst in, check jungle, check dark, check sandwich as well. That bomb's just going to commit straight up and get planted. They can't really do anything to deny it, so 5-on-5 retake, a bit of a unique set of circumstances, but Medisport at least have the numbers game to work from. They're trying to still take the positions and try and set this retake up soon. They've also got Bruiser in the mid position to cover off those rotates, get that first pick in. Cass with his AWP out towards CT, gets one to return. Jockin's going to turn around and fall down the same. Festival doubles up. Now it's the 2 players left in from that media controller. For Master Pinau trying to get some sort of response, but unable to do much here as they both back up. Him and Reaper to save their weapons. Astralis Talon going to connect 6.
That's pretty wild. It's not often you do see a full buy versus buy and end up in a 5v5 retake. That is definitely not normality. Right now, Astralis Talon taking full advantage of the fact that Medisport are not too interested in actually fighting for mid early on. I think it was Fester. It was pretty much up by stairs, up by bench on the bomb site before Medisport had any idea of what was going on. Definitely can't allow Astralis that kind of space. They will take full advantage, it seems. Now you're left with an M4 of Hamas and a couple of flashes to really defend for here. So, not looking too great. So yet again, Astralis Talon go back towards that mid area.
Great engagement for Altex, picks up Reaper immediately.
I think that's the 3rd time we've seen him fall in that exact same spot.
Yeah, it's not been working out for him all that much. You can see Mr. and Altex getting a couple of kills as well. The A site crumbling to pieces. I've got Benal, was pushing up towards apartments, possibly could have found a kill over to a TV and denying that bomb from getting picked up by Vigo. Seeing one more player up short, knows that he's backing off, must be aware that they're going towards this A site, and his only cost there with USP defending against all the guns. Like, it's an impossible task to try hold up against. Mister's going to check corners, find a man, get the kill, and that will be round.
Yeah, well, let's see if now we can find a frag or two. This find Vigo was one of the healthy players at the very least, but that's going to be all she wrote. 3 players staying alive on the side of Astralis Talent, so whatever economic dismay they would have had earlier on a couple of rounds ago, that's faint thought at this point. It really does seem like the Danes have come into their own at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it isn't too shocking to see that, considering what we saw in the last map as well. It was so early on where they found their rhythm and they found their form against Medisport.
Yeah.
There was those 4 rounds which they got, and then they were shut down from there. I'm hoping it's not 3 rounds on this occasion where they get shut down from here on out. Astralis definitely making it look that way for the interim, though. There are full guns out for the CT side this time, though. M4s across the board. Again, lacking in the kit department. Limited utility set. Smokes coming in from both sides of the map here, both on A and B. The smokes now will suppress one player in Benal. We guys look towards the back side and think that there might be some sort of complicated strat in play. For now, the bomb is yet to commit, so there's nothing major from Astralis. Still a default, and Vessel's going to strike on that default. Get Winter to drop. Ultex wins another one as well.
Why take one site if you can take 2? Seems to be the approach of Astralis Talent right now. Full executes on both sides. And I think Medisport are properly confused as to what's going on. But I do think the choice they're making right now is the correct one. Kind of just bank on one site, hope for the best, and fully commit towards that. If Astralis Talent decide to go back towards the bomb site, well, then you're going to be as well defended as you possibly can be. And if not, then you have an opportunity to save 3 weapons at the very least going forward.
Some utility front out by Vigo just to make sure he's covered off in that mid-control, but there's no rotations. Medisport just with the passive stack over towards the A site. Bomb will commit, should get planted. They'll check all their corners just in case. But with that one kill that was found earlier, the B site had fallen, and there's no attempts to retake it from Medisport. Not in the interim and not in the post-plan. You can see them backing up even further towards CT, so 8-3 shall be the scoreline for Astralis at this moment. Medisport really not catching a break at this moment. I think we're now 4 rounds in a row off the back of this one.
Yeah.
So it's been a fair while since we've seen a decent amount of form from Metasport, and of course, never a lead been gained so far in this map.
Yeah, no, they had their opportunities early on. Again, similar tale as to what we saw on Nuke. Most important thing as of right now, though, is to be able to keep these 3 players alive. Losing 1 weapon would be potentially disastrous, but instead it's going to be Reaper to pick up 2 frags, and the 2 remaining Astralis talent players not being in a position or not necessarily having the interest to go for anything more. So that will allow Metasport at the very least to potentially rebuy here. So you see how Fesser finds the opening in mid, and Altex opening towards B. Yeah, it really needs to start coming together now for the CT side here. Again, they're going to be able to rebuy off of the 3 saved weapons, and now it's all about not necessarily having close rounds, but actually winning rounds.
Marcin will win first. He's one, gets a kill, doubles up, and that's a little bit better for Metasport. Vessel and Vigor getting a bit too complacent about the lack of mid-turret control that Metasport have tried to challenge for, and in this case, not only in Underpass, but also in Ladderim on shore. Now Altex has dropped, and it's a 5v2, a complete change of momentum here for the CT side. But the Orb is still up there towards Stat, gets that 1 kill, unable to see the second.
And now the most important thing for Metasport is to not fumble away this advantage that they've given themselves with the 3 early frags. Again, not saying that they need to completely forget about ever peeking anywhere, but definitely don't get overzealous and try to play grouped up as a unit, so you do have the potential to trade back and forth in this scenario. You see Astralis talent sneaking their way up towards Catwalk. 1 player inside of Ladder. Does get spotted out through the smoke. That's Reaper, and that's Bomb as well dropped. He's going to be good for 2. Much needed round for Metasport, and also staying with 4 players alive.
Yeah, not only a much needed round, but also much needed confidence from them at the same time. So also found a way of them positive signs. Going to continue down that route, though. We've seen Astralis easily clap back and easily get back in control.
Yeah, I guess the big question is kind of what you mentioned, right? The fact that Astralis talent, they've gotten so conditioned to the fact that mid is not being contested whatsoever. Yeah. Now we finally see Metasport doing it, having success with it. Are they going to go back to kind of the same recipe as well? And as I say that, this time it's Calls. He's going to find 1.
Well, I thought Bruiser finds 1, though. Winter to drop. Where did he fall? I think he fell out towards the mid-take or something. Either way, it's a good start for the T-side line. Just not quite the follow-up they would have wanted here. Metasport keeping things at evens, but they have left that B site very open. Flashes, Molotovs coming in, counter incendiary down from the CT side. Mr. forced out, needs to challenge this player at jail, and he gets that kill. 1 more out towards the market entryway. Bomb plant can be secured for it. It's open towards shore, and a backstab is also closing in. Keep your eye on Fessor, as Alltech looks to challenge, wins out the fight against Cuss, and it's all left to 2 now on the Metasport side as Fessor slowly walks. His footsteps in mid, sees the player at market, capitalizing upon that kill, gets it secure, and now looks for Reaper as the last man standing. On for the hunt. They might be lacking in cash of shards, but if they get this weapon to drop, then it forces Metasport right back to square 1 here. And Reaper's just being challenged, just forced back towards T-Spawn. Not quite winning that fight. Just to retreat even further, but he's being surrounded.
Yeah, Astralis have 0 interest in letting him stay alive. Altix is not going to be able to do the job, and at that point, might be too far gone. All 3 players coming from the same angle, and Reaper, moving further and further away. But again, that's a small consolation prize, really, in the grand scheme of things for Metasport. As you see, there's the opening, as you said, Breezer towards mid. And Metasport just simply not being able to actually react in time and getting into this basic positioning after they trade opening frags with each other. Got to give credit to Astralis talent for that as well. Very secure in what they wanted to do after finding an equal trade to start off the round. Going immediately towards that B bomb site, well, they still had Metasport players still fumbling around jungle and CPL. Now, this is the first timeout we've seen, actually, that's been a proper timeout, not just a...
in this map, at least, yeah. I think we had 1 over on Nuke as well for Metasport.
Did we? I know we had a technical...
yeah, we had one tactical as well when they were in a similar position at this, I think. So they had that one moment on the I think the CT side where they realised we probably need to start winning rounds here soon, guys. Or sorry, it might be
the
the T
epiphany,
side start
yeah.
actually. But in the first half, I know that it was like
Okay.
we definitely need to get something on the board sooner, and definitely the case right here for this CT half.
Yeah, try to deny Astralis talent from getting to double figures. That has to be the goal, pretty much.
He's going to start that goal on the right foot, getting Mister to drop. Is he ready for the second T-side player? No, he's not. Fessor responds immediately in a 4 versus 4, and now they just make the execution happen with only one player left standing. Back over at Ticket Booth, an SMG in the hand of Jochum. A flashbang forward for Course will try and suppress them. A second flash misses out, unfortunately, and the Molotov will start burning that SMG at 36 points of health. He will be fallen to low HP. Not quite dead just yet. The bomb can be secured, though.
But again, it's going to be an open plan as well, which is ideal for Astralis talent. So many positions they can opt in for their after plan. But now here on the early flank, that could prove to be a bit of a game changer in the round. Let's see, Winter, smoke off connector.
Molotovs on the site as well for the CTs. They're trying to commit towards this retake, and Banal catches Bruiser completely off guard at the corner of the ramp position. Man advantage gained by the CTs, and they're trying to get on the bomb. Vigo falls though. Winter to hold it. Koss will end up falling, and Jochum gets Ultex. Vessel's got a peek right now. Nades in, shots out, and they're trying to hold down the position. I don't know if they've got time for the defuse here. It's down to the last second. They've got it. Just about. The USP of Banal let the last kill of the round and gain the 5th round for Metasport.
Squeaky bum time, as Machine would say. That was about as close as you can get on the defuse for Metasport, but they do manage to get the round. So I guess the dream of keeping Astralis talent off double figures in the first half is still alive. To be fair, well-coordinated retake. Again, nice little lineup for the connector smoke from a safe position and all that kind of good stuff. See again, yeah. Astralis talent having a bit of an affinity for dropping a bunch of util on one person, and then obviously using that to potentially sell a fake.
I mean, hey, if it works,
yeah,
like that's one of the things we've seen evolve with the nade drop update and everything. So
absolutely.
Saw one of the earliest attempts was actually try fake an execution towards the A site. I remember. So why not try it towards B here? I mean, potentially could commit towards the B site as well. Mister's grabbed that bomb, going to try and commit alongside one other player. I've also got the player controlling the mid position for Astralis. Their backs are turned towards short though, but now gets an easy kill to open up.
It's kind of crazy how confident Astralis talent feel about the fact that there's going to be nobody there. Nobody there at any given point. They do get punished for it eventually as well. So man advantage, but Astralis still on their way up with at least Altex towards AAPS and Bruiser. Far forward on Catwalk. He's going to find Koss as well. So that's the opera of the picture for Metasport. Rotations have arrived though. But look at the deep positioning that Astralis talent have everywhere. But instead it's going to be a flurry of frags going in the way of the CTs. And I guess all the worry that I had in my mind, that's just been completely evaporated. Handled that nicely. Do get 6 rounds. Do manage to keep Astralis talent off double figures for the first half, and I guess that is a bit of an improvement from what I guess the picture that we saw being painted for a moment there.
Yeah, I mean, listen, like, obviously that was the sort of like key silver lining, the little consolation prize we're looking at them coming out of the half with, you know, trying to deny that double-digit scoreline for the Astralis side. And I mean, like, they had some very capable and confident individuals in that sort of sense here.
Yeah.
In terms of what they looked like throughout the course of that half, like, you got to consider that that real competence from Metasport only came in towards the tail end of things, right? Like, there was still that 4-round streak mid-half, 3 rounds at the start of the half as well, like, all sorts that were going the way of Astralis. And at the end of the day, they're still 3 rounds ahead as they go to the CT half now.
Yeah, no, obviously Astralis talent are going to feel pretty good and feeling pretty comfortable about where they're seated before they move on to the CT side. There's no doubt about it. And again, they did what we were kind of looking for teams to do. Again, if you find an opening, if you find a weakness with whatever setup you're going up against, abuse it. Just take full advantage of it until you get punished for it. And I think the quick mid control that we saw out of Astralis talent very early on, and just in general, the pretty quick paced play that we saw out of them in weapon rounds, were definitely a recipe for success. So we're going to have to see if Metasport can do anything near that on their T side, but might prove to be difficult. Yeah, that doesn't help.
Yeah, they kind of need that flashback. The blood off the player over at CT. Connector will be smoked off. Jungle's open. They're going to swarm jungle as a result here. Try to get a bomb plant down. Open for the ramp position. Fast plays in for the CTs, though, going for a very early retake, and they make those kills work. Mr. Professor and Bruiser coming up pretty decent. Jokum and Reaper, last two players standing. Reaper drops. Jokum trying his best to hold on for whatever he can. Get one casualty out of the round, but Astralis a very effective retake.
Yeah, absolutely. So a little bit surprised as to what the Apps player was actually holding in that scenario, because yeah, as you can see, Mr. is able to kind of just move out through the smoke, or actually not even through the smoke, but just move from Ticket out onto site completely unspotted. Just kind of sets the entire round into disarray for Metas. Decided to invest here though. The bomb plant, so we'll be able to afford Galils and head armor on most of them.
It's a straight 1-for-1 duel out towards mid control. Astralis trying to hold on again. Bruce is going to fall to a Tech 9 though. Winter gets the man advantage now for Medisport, so Astralis getting a bit too complacent in mid control again. Bit of a common factor for them. Like, I mean, to their credit, Medisport didn't defend that much of mid control when they were on the CT half. But this time, just straight plays up, having to force out 1-for-1 trades, and Medisport ultimately end up with the man advantage.
Yeah, it does work out brilliantly for the T sides in this scenario. Who knows? Maybe both CT sides are going to be marred by the fact that they don't really know how to deal with mid. Remains to be seen. The two remaining Astralis talent players, though, we're starting to get an inkling as to what might be on the cards. Well, health though. 30 HP on Winter, that's more than he needs apparently to win out that duel. An easy palm plant, and I'm not really loving the chances for Fester here. To the point where, I mean, saving an M4S, yes, that could be a nice thing to have with you going in further. Because I don't really see him actually being able to turn this round into the favor of the CTs.
He'll eventually go ahead and save their weapon. He did prod initially towards the site, hoping he could get a kill. And maybe if he got a kill,
had a dream.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very ambitious dream and a very unrealistic sort of expectation, but a dream nonetheless. And I thought about it. Unfortunately, unable to make it work for them. And again, Medisport will be able to find a decent return round to Astralis' pistol. The force buy working out for them. Single stage, a loss bonus as well for the Astralis side. So there should be a force investment. It won't look good surrounding that M4 though.
Yeah, it's not going to be the prettiest of flies by any means, but it might be an opportunity for Professor. Again, right position, right time, that kind of a deal. He can get a multi-frag, which sets Astralis talent off in the right direction. We'll see, though. As you said, yeah, there's the force investment behind it. You do get a scout as well. Obviously, we do know that the scout doesn't necessarily need to get kills, but just getting multiple tags does provide quite the added threat from pistols as well.
Flashes in for Mister to try and get the CTs to force forward on this one. Medisport. Molotovs and flashes out towards the B site. Good deagle shot from Vigo. Lands onto one of Jokum. Tags up on the next player, of course, as well. Been now tagged up by the scout and everything. So a lot of tag damage coming in against the alive players in Medisport. Astralis doing whatever they can, but they will lose a player back and eventually lose the man advantage. So 4v3, make it 2 now on the post plant. Medisport have control.
Nice first shot there from Winter to catch the guy in kitchen. Causes wanting to chip in as well. 4v1. Mither has been able to scavenge the M4A1S, but his life might be cut short there as Winter has pushed up aggressively towards Catwalk. Relatively clean round, even though it did look a little bit dicey for a moment there on the side of Medisport. As you mentioned, opening shot from Bigo and then an attack from the Scout as well. Could have gotten out of hand pretty quickly.
Well, kept together by the T sideline in the end, so no major worries for the Medisport side. Astralis talent down to the Harsh Eco. The USPs pulled out across the entire boards. This should be pretty easy for Medisport to be able to deal with. No SMGs, unfortunately. Why? What's up?
No, it's just, again, this is the exact same thought I had when Medisport picked up their USP round in the first half, so we'll see.
Fortunately, that won't end up happening, as there is no shenanigans. Well, there was one shenanigan in Vigo getting the kill on Cass, but outside of that, nothing major, nothing massive. 9th to the board of Medisport. Astralis talent now have guns out.
Yeah, apparently it's only me who can possess that kind of black magic. And Medisport do the job that's required of them to net a 9th round, and again, working on a pretty respectable score here. Again, we did have some questions around Astralis Talent's map choice for this one. Let's see if it comes back to bite them, but still quite a long way to go for Metasport here. Obviously, they are on the T side, not necessarily the easiest of tasks to fight back on.
Great shot from Koss. Start out against Bruiser is important to get things going for Metasport.
Like seeing more and more teams doing it. Astralis obviously did it on their T side as well, but that's something that OG started popularizing with Momtu. Instead of just blindly jumping into mid or trying to be extremely aggressive, you can still work around the fact that CTs are trying to receive you as well in forward positions. But it doesn't really provide too much of a risk if you're the T side either. It's just a nice little move while you can stay safe, and maybe you open up a round with an easy pick, and that's exactly what's been given to them.
Trade back alongside Bigger to respond towards Jochen, but this doesn't last long, so the advantage doesn't last long either for Astralis. 3 versus 3. Vessel still up in mid. Deals with Winter trying to get back into connector. No one there to try and trade it back. He's got to focus on that ace site, because now they've got the advantage here in Metasport. Have to basically commit at this stage. 40 seconds. Even Ultex rotating into the back line, so they don't even know that they've been forced into this site. They will commit to it regardless. Smoke's down. Bomb going to commit. Carson needs to get to the site.
Yeah, I think Ultex, as you mentioned, he's going to be the big worrying factor for Metasport here.
Yeah. Kill found. Cost down. All left the Reaper in the dark. Spotted out by Viggo. Couldn't quite get the full-on kill just yet, but does capitalize in the end. And there you go. That's Astralis Talent back up to 11. Back in with a decent CT round.
Yeah, they do handle it. But I think Metasport would have been better off there. Again, we do see the 1v1 duel happening between Fessor and Winter. I think once Winter realizes that there is deeper mid presence, instead of actually fully committing towards the or to the actual fight there, if he just stays alive and unfast, Astralis Talent are none the wiser as to what's going on. So for him to just staying alive and potentially, you know, hoping for Fessor to push him or do anything like that, that would have been a better scenario really for Metasport. It's going to allow the 2 other players to get deeper in on the A bomb side and potentially establish themselves to a much quicker degree than what they were able to. But another buy round coming out from the T's. Full buy at that open end of Koss. And yeah, Astralis Talent having a pretty laid-back approach to mid them as well.
Yeah, slow taking of the T side line gives them a little bit of breathing room, I guess, in that sort of sense, but obviously no punishment available if they do start moving up towards catwalk and at the connector control. There is a player that's starting to lean in from that catwalk position, though. Meanwhile, Reaper from the ramp control. What an adjustment. What a kill. Missed it to fall. Incendiary set back to try driving any further players away from that mid position. Winter's just going to wait, though, up on the boost. No contact established, though.
Not for the time being. We do see 2 Astralis Talent players around that window area, but nothing comes of it quite yet. And actually, yeah, the timing's going to be pretty much the opposite of what Winter was hoping. If probably felt like he had waited long enough. But patience is a virtue, and in this case, Winter doesn't have enough of it. Ultex just hanging out by ticket, close to Rops. Actually peek out, so he's been able to, well, move forward, but not for too long.
And meanwhile, Viggo on the B side deals with Jochen. Benal gets 1 response before he falls. It's off the course now. 20 seconds to get the 1v3 clutch. Lands on that first player, aware of a second player ahead of the market doorway. And he gets the kill for it on the quick scope. 1-on-1 now. Does he win this against Bruiser? 10 seconds. Bomb plant's going to have to be secured if he goes open for sure. That could be the disaster, but no. Bit harder cover. And does secure it safely. Flick seen. Bruiser catches the trade. Catches the 2k and denies the clutch for Koss. Bringing in 12 for Astralis.
Yeah, valiant effort, but not enough in the end. Probably hoping for Bruiser to actually commit to one of the shoulder peaks. Fire off a shot and give him an opportunity, but ice in the veins of the Danish opera. Oh, 12 on the board then. It will be a case of an economy or a bank that's not quite there anymore for Metasport. They did get a bomb plant though, so it's going to give them a couple of more opportunities. is getting to the point where it's more about winning rounds more than having the opportunity to buy into them. Yeah,
Have a timeout at least, though. I like this from Metasport.
Yeah, it seems like they're going to invest into it. I guess they're trying to figure out what kind of utility they want, what they need. If people can invest into Galils and kind of forgo some utility. But yeah, definitely need to come up with an answer quickly here, though, as this is everything they have. Scrape the bottom of the barrel to get this buy on its feet. They need to make it count as well, otherwise big chances of Astralis Talent just running away with it and closing the game out.
It's a very risky round to lose and everything, because by the virtue of the economy game, we're looking at Eco, 13 rounds, then the buy-ups, the next buy-up will see 14 rounds for Astralis Talent, so
yeah,
that's where Metasport will start to lose out on this map-up and in this series. Kept it close, certainly much closer than it was over on Nuke. But it
definitely
still is telegraphed to be an Astralis victory. They have got the early tags against their name. Metasport doing damage to Fessel at 52 HP, and they go back to passive positions, back up top mid, and into T-spawn.
I guess one of the motivations behind the buy is obviously the fact that Astralis Talent did lose 4 players in the previous one, so they haven't established their economy either. So it could be a pretty significant swing round for both teams, just depending on who comes out as the winner of this. Already, Astralis making rotations and adjustments, and it seems to be the right ones as well. 4 players over towards this A-bomb site.
Reaper wins that fight, and so does Banal onto Mister. So 2-4 Vigo tagged up, and they do get the trade back from Vigo and Bruiser. Reaper forced to respond in with a double, maintaining the 3-on-2, and Winter out towards that mid control is so ready for the rotation. Will get that kill to Oltec, so it's all left to the AWP. Swings out, gets his kill in on for his own clutch. A similar scenario to the AWP of the T in the last round. Bomb plant secured, and Cuss will just close out with a simple shot on Bruiser. The jump face out to connect, costing him his life and costing them a round.
Yeah, but they don't expect an offer to be on top of the default boxes, but that's where Cos finds himself. Excellent opening frags from Metasport there to actually find their way in towards the bomb site, and Winter finally not being too impatient on his lurk. Able to catch up the rotations as well, and yeah, that has done a number on the CT side economy. So, new opportunities given for Metasport to grab some extra rounds on the board.
Vessel's the eagle up close, doesn't quite get the kill.
Felt labored from Reaper though.
Yeah, I mean, the number of missed shots came through from Astralis, fair enough, but it wasn't quite like it was the easiest kill for the AK either. Similar story for Beneo here. Oltec Vigo does finally finish off Reaper and get that trade together, but it's still a 2-for-1 responsive and a fallen B bomb site in a round that Astralis force bought on as well.
Absolutely. So, big opportunities here. Astralis Talent will be able to pick up at least one weapon, but it's not going to feel like that great of a price considering what you've invested into this. Just, well, actually seeming to post up, potentially hoping to find exit frags.
Oh, that's one. Nice shot from Mister. Any more? Flash forwards. Talking about the deal with the man, so no further rifles in the hands of the CT. So it would have been nice if we could grab it, but too many players up here.
Yeah.
Unaware as to where Bruiser is as well. He'll hold his position at the corner and just wait. No one's in around that corner though for Metasport. On their 11th round, still within one of Astralis here. It's not like it's the most undoable scenario in the world. And again, as you mentioned, 4th buy involved, so there's a peak up for the CT side.
Yeah, so might have done themselves a little bit in. Obviously, we're in a situation where they would have to double eco regardless, but you can always talk about the potential benefits of not investing into a deal round like this and then having a little bit more left over once you get to your actual buy. Because round loss bonus is not a kind mistress to the CT side. We know that's much more forgiving as a T. Freezer though is going to get aggressive with this 1 AK and does actually find the offer. It is quickly traded, but a little bit gain for the CT side to work off of.
If they're going to do anything in this particular round, they kind of relied heavily on that AK doing all the work here. It's the only real firepower they've got. Right. Also a deagle for Vigo that could be a bit of a concern, but you can't rely on that. Like, the AK gets the kill so easily, and you're just seeing how Bruiser was able to deal with Corsa in that opening fight. Of course, Winter there with a very effective trade, so the 4-on-4 scenario secured for the time being. Bomb about to commit up. It's walking its way into the apartment.
Slow and steady, but there's also CT players on the move. One Astralis player making his way, wrapping around mid, while the rest have set up towards mid, but on the CT respective side instead. And Vigo's got to be able to find Reaper.
It's not too terrible.
Could spell danger.
USP gets his dink off into his Joker, but now Fessel's grabbed that AK, gets Winter for it. That's a high HP player. USP up against it. Oh, Fessel's locked alongside Ortex. That gets been out, and just like that, Astralis have found their own steal here. Harsh eco around the AK, and I thought that with it going down so early in the round, that frag would have been enough to get them past the finish line. Not to be for Medisport, though. Astralis hanging in there by the skin of their teeth.
Yeah, how does Joachim... It felt like Joachim got dinked about 15 times on his way down from balcony towards Van. Jumps out with, what, 80 plus HP. Comes down with 9. Definitely not comfortable. And, yeah, is it going to be a similar story to Nuke, where it is an assumed easier round for Medisport that slips through their fingers and kind of stops their momentum? They're quick to take the pause at the very least. And they will have some weapons to bring into battle here for round 25, but not going to be more than 1 AK and 1 EWP from the looks of it, unless they have some weapons dropped here and there.
No, I don't think so.
Well, Tech 9 on the side of Reaper. Winter's going to follow suit as well. We'll have some utility here to potentially set up for an execute, but with this little utility, it's going to be hard to play simply for map control, because you're going to spend a lot of your utility to actually just gain that map control. Extinguished smoke in the window as well. Didn't leave a gap though, as it was the instant smoke.
Playing games with his life. Not quite able to capitalize upon a kill on either side here in that catwalk take. Winter actually catches him overly aggressive. He wasn't expecting him to be there in the ladder room. And that costs the opening frag for Astralis talent. If Medisport wants to get back into this round, this would be the ideal scenario to do so here. Capturing that frag, putting the situation on its head.
If I'm Winter, I'm the greediest man alive, and I do everything to get that weapon. But I will probably die in the process of doing so. So I'm liking the fact that he is kind of just hanging out, staying put. He's always going to be a bit of a nuisance, even though he can't necessarily do much from that position initially. Just the fact that he's there is something that Astralis has to be considerate of throughout the round.
You just consider that Vessel's put a nade up there to hopefully win out a fight later down the road, which he's able to get there for Winter.
Yeah.
I mean, holding down that ladder room would have been so powerful for counter rotations on that short position.
Absolutely.
But now they leave that one player up in the apartments as the execution comes into the T side, and Reaper caught with util in hand. Mister with the kill. Can't quite double up, dropped in there with a responsive. Vessel needs 2, and that's exactly what he gets. Course alone, a 1 versus 3, AWP in hand, making a lot of noise around the smoke. Vessel's going to play, and he gets his frag together for 14 to ball of Astralis talent. Medisport forced into this previous round. They took a tactical for it as well, yielded absolutely nothing for their trouble. And this might be the momentum break here for the CT side.
That is a bit of a tough one. Again, I was hoping that Winter would stay put even further into it, allow the execute to come in towards the A bombs, that allow contact to be made there. So Fisher needs to make a decision. Either needs to give up helping his buddy over towards the A bomb side, or he needs to commit to it and actually leave the path for Winter to potentially play off of. A little bit of over-eagerness is going to cost them, and it's back to pistol. And this is going to be one, hopefully, very solid flash from Reaper. Allow them down on the bomb site and get a bomb plant. But yeah, that's definitely not on the docket for Astralis talent. They don't want any of that business. Like a more or less clean sweep. Only Mister going down at the very end there.
And that bomb plant meant so much towards them as well. Now we're going into map point and match points for the Astralis talent side, 15 to 11. It's not impossible for Medisport to get it back to an overtime scenario, but given the way the momentum swing has gone the way of the CT side, they've always been one step ahead of Medisport at the very least. The round streak is extended now, and the guns are out for the Ts, to be fair, so they have got the full AKs. But they need to turn this into a round and then some against Astralis here. Out towards mid, they'll go super quick into the defaults. They've got 1 CT in at the underpass angle, and the kills just pour in for Vigo. 2 to his name, 2 left standing, as Winter also ends up falling into Vigo's part. A triple in for him, and I think that might start to spell the end here.
It might very well be. I think the stage is set. for a certain lady to start singing.
Which one?
Reaper. Well, I'll leave it to the viewer's imagination to figure that one out. Joachim, though, and Reaper need to do something quite crazy. They do hear the drop down from Mister, so at least grabbing one back.
The problem is they just don't know where to go from here. They're just locked out of the site.
Yeah.
Smoke's down. They're worried about backstabs. They don't have to come through from Astralis because they just know that they can win the fights on the sites themselves. Reaper caught by Bruiser. Orb connection. Jochen 1v4. Dealt with by Fessor. 16-11, 2-0 for Astralis Talent. And that is the expected result to their credit. They came into this series as relatively heavy favourites. And I mean, look, in our second map, to be fair, it was a good shot. It was a good shot. There was a good fight there from Metasport. They did pretty well to get it down to 11 rounds. It was definitely far better than how Nuke could play it out.
Absolutely.
And we talked about the potential, obviously, with it being a bit more of a poke-style map. They have a bit more potential in terms of working as individuals, and that's how I think we saw today.
Yeah, no, I think that's a fair assessment of how Mirage played out. Again, a little bit of a sour feeling, I suppose, for the Metasport players in terms of how they kind of lost grip of that Mirage game. Again, had opportunities to equalize 12-12, but instead falling to basically, essentially a USP round over on that second half there. So kind of having the same hurdle that they stumble over as they did on Nuke has to be a little bit painful, but in the end, as you said, much better showing on the second map than what we got on their own map pick. So that's a positive they can take from it. And on the side of Astralis, it felt like, you know, they just got the job done, nothing more, nothing less. But we did get to see some solid individual performances.
Yeah, well, I mean, for the favourites in these series, they're always going to be focusing on getting the job done more
Yep.
than anything else. And in this case, I mean, that's just really the expected standard for Astralis Talent. They got the 2-0, they ended it in 2 maps, even though that second map was a bit more dicey, a bit more closer, and maybe had a bit more potential for the Metasport side. Ultimately, they still held control throughout the majority of it. I don't think Metasport had a single lead at all in at least that map, maybe not the entire series, if memory serves me correctly. I might have to dig a little bit deeper into that and find out for certain. But it just the point is that Astralis just looked so confident throughout the course of that one. And again, that's to be expected.
Yeah, they were in control. Yeah, like you said, that is to be expected of the assumed favorites going to this. And that's oftentimes how opening rounds are going to be of a tournament like this as well. But for Metasport, they're going to just have to take the positives with them and obviously see where they've got exploited. I think both teams actually have something to look into in terms of how they deal with mid control on their CT sides.
Yeah, definitely.
So that's something that they both can take forward and look into as we move further into the bracket, because obviously teams are going to look at each other as we progress, you know, day by day here, and they're going to try to obviously find the biggest holes and yeah, to make the most out of it.
Well, Charlestown taking the victory in the 2-0 fashion do finish off Metasport's journey, very short journey in the upper bracket. Of course, they have that lower bracket potential, which they can continue to fight on as time goes on. But that 2-0, not shocking for many players and many people who will be watching this one. The second match of Young Ninjas versus 0-0 Prospects is coming up a little bit later on today, though, here. And this
that was your big one.
That was my big one, yeah. I think it was your big one, too, actually.
Yeah.
I think we're looking forward to that battle of the Academy sides. Again, Ninjas got some question marks about who's actually playing on the roster for any given matchup. So, a lot of questions to ask and answer throughout the course of that second best of 3.
Absolutely, and looking forward to see. Yeah, again, the lineup they field. I think we have it confirmed. We'll dive deeper into that once we get into the pre-match. But also, again, what 0-0 Prospects can do, because they have been out of the prospect teams, or out of the I guess lesser-known Norwegian teams here. They've been the ones to showcase the most as of late.
We'll bring you all that action in an extended period of time, because, of course, the 2-0 in pretty dominant fashion means we're going to head to an extended break. But when we do come back, we'll see that battle of the Academy side, so do not go anywhere, as the MistGames Heroes of Tomorrow will continue after the break.
Like a light, lighting up in the dark. You make it right, I forgot how to act. It's so classic. Every time you make me nervous and I lose my words. It's been a while since I forgot the most simple words. I feel calm when you're around, like nothing can break me. Yeah, yeah. We are two peas in a pod, two peas in a pod, two peas in a pod, two peas in a pod. That we are two peas in a pod. Now I know why it never worked out before. High low, it would always turn out bad, so bad. But every time we start a fight, we always stop in time. We both know how to be gentle, never cross the line. I feel calm when you're around, like nothing can break me. Yeah, yeah. sunshine. While you play, spotlight from my heart, sunshine. While you playing, spotlight from my heart, sunshine. While you playing, I can change.
Seems so good.
Spotlight from my heart. Sunshine, my dear, while you playing. Just hope it makes no sense. Spotlight from my heart, sunshine, my dear, while you playing. I just hope it makes no sense. Spotlight from my heart, sunshine, my dear, while you playing, I can change.
Seems so good.
Spotlight from my heart.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the MistGames Heroes of Tomorrow. We're getting into our second match of day 2. We've just seen Astralis Talent take down another Norwegian hometown hero.
We're all falling here.
Yeah, you're not having a best of times, but we move away from Norway. Actually, no, we move back into more Norway, actually.
Yeah, we're getting a third chance.
Yeah, a third opportunity to really get a good victory on the board, as now the Young Ninjas, another Academy side, take on the 0-0 Prospects, another Academy team, all the same here, again in our second match of today here. Now, I'm having a lot more faith in 0-0 Prospects than I have done in Bitfigs, in Metisport so far over the course of the last 2 days, because this is a match I think is very winnable for them.
Yeah, and I actually agree, which sounds weird because like, I think a lot of people, when they hear the name Young Ninjas, again, they kind of associate them with the original Young Ninjas lineup, which has obviously had multiple of their players have a go at, playing with the main team, whether it's Fozy, LNZ, or ZTR, for example. They've all had a go. So there's obviously quality within those squads, but it's not quite the same Young Ninjas as maybe people have kind of grown up with, if you want to put it that way.
Yeah, over the last month or so, we've seen some major changes in the roster. Or I say major changes, more specifically, we just don't know who's going to be playing on any one given day.
Yeah.
We seem to have found a roster that may or may not be sticking right at this particular point in time, but the reality is that we don't know anything official. And this is the roster right now for those of you who might be looking at this match and wondering who is going to be joining the likes of ZTR and Rolf. We've got Adam B, we've got Maxter, we've got Temporary as the main 3 players. Of course, you can notice that very, very young team.
Yeah.
We talked about how 17 was pretty young in the past couple of days. We've got 15 years old on Temporary, and to his credit, for a 15-year-old, he's not that bad.
Yeah, and to be fair, like this has been the mantra of Young Ninjas as well through the entirety. They've always been focused on having extremely young players that they can kind of foster. Yeah, and it goes with the name as well. So they've always been the lookout for the new and young talent, which is why you've seen maybe players like Sapek and Manan, for instance, disappear from the lineup, even though the team is actually doing well, because they are, turning 20, 21, and so on, which doesn't necessarily fit the scheme of what Young Ninjas are meant to be in that sense. So that's why we're seeing that. Obviously, if you're 15 years old, like Temporary is, then you do have a bit of room to potentially grow in this lineup though. So that's going to be interesting to see. And as you said, you've had a couple of encounters with this exact Young Ninjas lineup actually in the past, and have been pleasantly surprised by what the Youngins have been able to do.
Well, in terms of what my expectations being pretty much nothing. I mean, they've definitely had their own day. They've had their victories and they've had some good results. Again, I mentioned Temporary being an all-right player. He's not a star player by any stretch, but he's fit into the role of what he needs to do in the Young Ninjas pretty well. He's held his own. He's put up decent frags. He looked towards those more veteran guys like LNZ, like those guys, for example. And you see how the transitional period is always rest on the old players to transition into the new guys and see how they can get set up. Max was a bit more of a star for my money, and it's a good timing to see him sort of be on the screen right now because he was one of the guys I want to watch out for, I think, the most.
Yeah, no, and again, I'm very much unfamiliar with this iteration of Young Ninjas compared to the older ones, obviously, and again with some of the players obviously moving up to the main team for a period of time as well. That's obviously more exposure as well. So it's going to be interesting. It's going to be a learning experience in that sense for me as well to see what they're going to be able to do. Obviously, we do know ZTR fairly well. He's been, Ingen leading the main team at some point, which is no small feat. And it's going to be interesting to see, obviously, how he deals with having now very young and very inexperienced players by his side.
And that's sort of the key drawback right now, is that even though we're talking about the potential in the Young Ninjas right now, the key thing is that it's all just potential.
Yeah, they're still in there now.
That's the thing, right? Even though the Young Ninjas have had some good results in the past, it's never really been like a true deep tournament run, let alone many victories at that. Like, they've had some good victories, but nothing that will really make me say that they're going to have an advantage against 0-0 Prospects in this matchup. Like, the inexperience is just a little bit too much to insurmount at this moment in time.
Yeah, and again, I think obviously for the Young Ninjas management and so on, that they're probably aware of that being the case as well. Like, again, if you have a 15-year-old on your team, the idea is that you have someone you can start molding from the age of 15 instead of when he's 18, 19, 20. We can insert good habits and so on, and you kind of show them the path on how you're meant to train, what you're meant to do in order to progress quicker. So by the time he's 16 or 17, all of a sudden you might have somebody who is, while he wasn't at 15 ready to be a star, he might be at the age of 17.
We'll find out how far you can go in the near future. For the time being, their main opponent will be 0-0 Prospects, and again, a Norwegian core essentially for them. So well, we've also got a Swede and a Romanian in there as well. But for the most part, that kind of makes sense with 0-0 Prospects being the academy team of 0-0 Nation or Nordavind, of course it kind of fits in with the whole branding and everything. And again, I sort of look at this team and I think to myself that Avadashir had a number of great sort of results in the last few months. They came top 4 in ESCA main, which obviously is a huge deal for them because they're now going to be playing in advanced in this next season. They got a very similar run to what the Young Ninjas were able to do in the Elisa Invitational during the regional Swiss stage. Neither team were able to make it through, but it went to that 5th round before dropping out.
The 2-2 match.
Yeah, the 2-2 matches, and both teams ended up losing out in that sense. So it's very, very similar when you compare the two teams.
Yeah, and also, again, just to kind of give some more credit to the Series Leader Prospects results as of late. Last match Anonimo played before they went into the RMR qualifier was versus Series Leader Prospects.
Yeah.
And that was Series Leader Prospects winning 2-1. I think they 16-1 them on Vertigo. And the next thing Anonimo proceeds to do is beat G2 at LAN. So there's obviously quality within these teams, etc. And Series Prospects definitely had a better string of results the last, I'd say, 2 to 3 months compared to what they did in the past. They've obviously done decently well within the Norwegian borders. Again, we go back to talking about the Teleliga and those kind of things, and they've done decently well there. But this has definitely been a bit of a step up from what we've seen in the past, and somewhat unexpected, at least on my end, for them to see that I'm actually taking those kind of strides.
Yeah, I mean, I have to agree on that front. I didn't really think much of 0-0 Prospects when I first saw them. I didn't think they'd do too much when it came to the tournaments that I usually cover. And to their credit, they haven't really done that much in that sort of sense. But again, it comes down to this idea that they're up against, I think, the most perfect team for this opening round draw. Like, when you think about the fact that they're on the rise, the Ninjas are sort of like, oh, okay, well, how do we really weigh this team up? It's like, you look at that and you think that if there's a prime opportunity for an upset, it would be the 0-0 Prospects in this match.
Yes, exactly. Because we have prefaced, for the 3 first matches that we've had to open the tournament, it's been very clear cut. Like, Team A is coming in as a massive favorite. It's going to be exciting to see what Team B can do. Whereas for this final opener game, it actually feels very much 50-50, if not in slight favor of 0-0 Prospects, which is a bit of an odd one considering brand names and so on, and the kind of history that Young Ninjas has as an academy squad.
Yeah, I mean, look, they have the tenure behind them in terms of the name value alone. I mean, they've got a big organization behind them, probably bigger than what 0-0 Prospects arguably would be.
I would say that's fair.
Yeah, like, again, the Ninjas have been like one of the progenitors of the whole academy sides, and they've been one of the original academy organizations essentially that's been part of that We Play League. With that being said, though, it's all that sort of like recency bias, and that recency caveat that we have to add to the point is that, yes, there's a lot of potential in this roster. None of it has really been lived up to as of right now. So let's take a look at the map vetoes and see exactly how things are going to play out in terms of our best 3 series and see what maps we'll be able to gain overall. It's very difficult to sort of weigh up like an advantage in the veto because a lot of the statistics for Young Ninjas won't really apply because that's all talking about the old team, the old real core. And so as a result, we're only looking at 2 of those players really carrying over. So it's very unknown to who's come out on top in this veto.
Yeah, I will say I like the ban from 0-0 Prospects because the lineup that we're getting out of Young Ninjas have played about 3 official matches together, and I think in all of those 3 instances they did have Inferno as a go-to pick. So that feels like a sensible option for 0-0 Prospects in the same fashion that we saw Astralis Talent, for instance, ban out Inferno because that was the one recorded win that Metasport had on ADL TV, right? So you kind of go with what you're given, even though it might not be 100% indicative of what the actual reality is. So liking that from their end. Young Ninjas never been a big nuke team, so again, kind of makes sense, at least not with the later lineups that I've seen. So it makes perfect sense. And for 0-0 Prospects to pick Vertigo, I love that. It hasn't actually been a bit of a mainstay for them. It hasn't necessarily been a map that they've picked, but I think, again, beating Anonimo 16-1, and whenever it's been picked into series that they've played, they've come out on top more often than not. So this feels like a pretty solid option, and this Young Ninjas core is not the same one that actually had some proficiency on Vertigo. They have not been the same
Yeah.
kind of team.
I mean, even when you consider the idea that the Vertigo in the last iteration of the roster didn't really have that much success, it's a ripe sort of like exploitation point. Because even when you think about the likes of ZTR and Rolf staying over and how those guys are going to be able to play out, it doesn't look too great for them when you consider they've lost like 16-8 to Dream, for
Yeah.
example. Like, it's the kind of map where you look at it and you think to yourself, we can find exploits even if we are looking at a team that's very different to the old sort of roster. So yeah, I do like this opening pick here for the 0-0 prospects. My concern now is, do we think they can win the series here against the Ninjas?
I mean, that is obviously going to be a big question mark, but I do like their chances. Again, like starting off on Vertigo, if you're able to obviously capitalize on your own map pick and make it actually end up with a W, then yeah, you are within good chances. Again, escaped my mind what the third decider was off the top of my head now for this matchup. But I like their chances. Again, they have a pretty decent and well-rounded map pool, and you can see the Mirage pick coming in from Young Ninjas. Again, I think Mirage is a kind of map that can swing pretty heavily in both fashions. Again, you can have an individual player having a solid day, and that could be all you need to kind of get you off to the right start. And Dusto as a decider, I'm less happy about that if I'm 0-0 prospects, but that is personal bias, I have to admit, because I do feel Dust 2 can be kind of coin flippy, which is okay as a decider, but it doesn't necessarily bolster my belief in 0-0 prospects, but it does make it a very open matchup, which I guess is fitting considering what we're expecting out of this.
Yeah, I'm in agreement on that front. Like the Dust 2 pick did seem a little bit risky for a lot of teams involved with, because everyone knows how to play Dust 2. So as a result, it's very difficult to weigh it up from statistics alone. Like you really have to get in depth in terms of what they could do on that sense. But for the whole series itself, like I do feel like it could get pushed to 3 maps. I feel like we probably could end up going down that route. I think the only real concern would end up being how well Mirage will get played out,
Yeah.
because again, it has historically been one of the more played maps for the Ninjas in the past, but we haven't seen it much from this new lineup, really.
Yeah, and again, like being played a lot, obviously that can have its benefits in terms of comfort levels and so on, but you also need to get results from it. And as you said, they're a pretty new squad, and Mirage can be a bit of a snowballing map at times where things can get hectic on your CT side. You're not really sure where you have everyone. Just coordination necessarily not being completely on point, that can cost you a fair few rounds. It's just, it's small details that decide games like this, or decides how big advantages are created. So it's going to be interesting to see how they deal with it. And we've already seen one match today where the Mirage ends up being a little bit closer than perhaps we anticipated from the start in the Metis Astralis talent lineups, matchup, I should say. So yeah, no, again, I think it's on Young Ninjas to kind of impress us and showcase that they're worthy of a third map more so than 0-0 prospects.
Yeah, I mean, both teams have a lot to prove in this matchup, I want to say. Like, they obviously 0-0 prospects were probably one of their biggest matches, or one of their biggest opportunities in this tournament. And of course, the Young Ninjas, just to prove that they still have a decent team
Yeah.
under their belt. Like, there's a lot to take away from this matchup, and a lot of questions that will be answered in this best of 3. So with that being said, I kind of want to push you for a prediction in this series. Not as difficult as I know that will end up being. I want to just probe your mind and sort of try and get an understanding as to where this one could end up going.
I'll be honest. Again, we've seen 2 Norwegian teams fall already. I don't want a third one to follow the same fate. So I might have to side with the 0-0 prospects. But it is honestly based on you could call it recency bias. But again, latest kind of results. They've had a stable roster as well. For a significant period of time compared to the Young Ninjas. I just think they have more going for them just going into the match in terms of how ready and prepared they can be on multiple maps. Again, had this been a best of 1 matchup, yeah, I might have swung for Young Ninjas instead. But because it's a best of 3, I do feel that they should have more going for them. I'm going to side with 0-0 prospects for this one, but I don't want to rule out the possibility of a 3-map series, which would be the first one for us.
Yeah, I'm not going to rule out the possibility of Ninjas taking the victory either, but I'm also going to kind of lean towards 0-0 prospects, just because it's still way too early to tell where this Ninja side sort of sits. Like, it's that thing we were talking about with 9 Academy yesterday, right? They could well be the best team in the tournament, but we just don't know that. And that's the same thing for the Ninja side. Maybe they could well have some very incredible young talents. Maybe they could unlock themselves at this stage. We've seen a little bit from them, but not enough to make a true judgment call. The jury's still out for me on this particular team. So yeah, I'm going 0-0 prospects in this one. I do feel the potential of 2 maps. If it gets pushed to 3, it becomes a real coin toss. And yeah, like it's just very difficult to weigh up just because of that mitigating circumstance for the Ninjas.
Absolutely. And again, like we only have basically evidence of what 2 players can accomplish on the side of Young Ninjas. CTR obviously is proven. We know kind of what to expect out of him, and Rolf at this point has had long enough tenure in the Young Ninjas lineup to yeah, give us a realistic understanding of what we can expect out of him. But you know, there's a counter of 2 to 5 in that sense, because we've seen that 5 of 0-0 prospects do this for an extended period of time. So yeah, I feel safer about that choice. But again, we might get surprised. Again, who knows how much growth, you know, a 15-year-old can have over the course of a couple of weeks. That's always interesting to see. But yeah, the 0-0 prospects feels like they should have it. And I think a lot of it has to come down to, or a lot of it comes down to, for me, the fact that I feel so confident in them being able to take Vertigo, whereas I can't say the same for Young Ninjas being able to pick up Mirage, or Dusty for that matter.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you've definitely got a stronger basis to argue there from the 0-0 prospect side. Again, it's too unpredictable for Ninjas at this moment in time. In terms of like individuals, though, you're probably relying a lot on the individual players to step up. So in that sense, I want to ask you for like your impact players to watch out for. Like, who are you looking at the most in this matchup?
For me, it's gonna have to be well, on the side of 0-0 prospects. I'm looking at Jimbo, and I'm looking at Spooky. Pretty much. So one Sweden Ordinary region to kind of have the biggest impact for them. Spooky has been at times very, very impressive, honestly. And as for Young Ninjas, I'm open to anyone.
You've literally
cursed him again. I had to do it. Get it out of the way early. You know, no worries. And you were pretty high on Maxter to start us off.
Oh, we started off this matchup drawing first blood of the opening kill. Rolf and Max able to combine together and just decimate every single player that they see, but Lax has other plans! Okay, 3 kills to his name, but shut down by Rolf at last in the back of the site. It's all left to Spooky now. Your highlight player, Mr. Molly, now can't afford to miss a shot here. Coming in from Scaff and leaning forward towards the site. Both CTs backed up, passive towards the T entryways. That bomb behind White. USP swapped out to Spooky, appropriate timing to do so. Just a walk forward, checking right, looking to the left. That's up a banger. He lands that headshot, 1 versus 1. Where's the last man? He has absolutely no idea. His eyes set towards every position he can pre-fire towards. Spots him, can't get a headshot though. 42 HP, needs a headshot now. 24 down to 0. ZTR, the veteran of this roster, picks up the pistol for the Ninjas.
Yeah, that got a lot more chaotic for Young Ninjas than I thought it would be. Maxter obviously off to a great start with 2 quick USP kills there. I thought that would kind of just settle it. That would be the pistol round over and done with. But Lax, my oh my, that was 3 quick frags to kind of bring 0-0 prospects into the fight again. But not quite enough. So not an ideal start, obviously. I should probably just stop highlighting players when they're on screen, because something bad always seems to happen.
Fair, I'll take half the blame for that, because I did ask you. So I'll accept some responsibility.
Yeah, we can share the blame for that one.
Spooky, unfortunately, not having much more luck in this follow-up round, down to 5 HP. And this is a decode basis, so it's nothing major for them. But 0-0 prospects, obviously not off on the right foot for round 2.
Dropping the bomb down into the elevator shafts. Just gonna respawn up. Not gonna have any RMR flashbacks in that sense. And pretty nice and clean round for the Young Ninjas, just losing a single player there. But again, not a lot of message from the T side there, so yes, it is somewhat expected to have that kind of a result. And this is where the real action starts, I suppose.
Yeah, I had a bit of action in the pistol round, but now here come the guns across all 0-0 prospect players. 5 AKs to boot. SMG in for Maxter, still rocking the downgrade alongside Adam B. It's a bit more of a bonus basis for the CT side, even if they don't have a lot of cash in the bank. Ideally, want to try and win this round with as much value gained as possible. The prospects playing out the default, mostly based in ramp, with 2 CTs that will try and challenge them here. Adex will move forward, spot 1, take him down, Rule first to fall, and behind the top, the second CT player will not be spotted just yet. He is now caught out between 2 T-side players on the crossfire, forced back to 40 HP.
Yeah. Well, actually, double bounce on the Molotov. I think originally that Molotov, I think he expected that to go further down, which would have been fantastic for 8x, but not to be the case. Ends up burning to a crisp instead. Even numbers for the time being, but pretty deep positions gotten on A ramp, honestly, for 0-0 prospects here.
There's the control found for the time being. Slow walks continue up towards this A site, and Crossfire again a bit more passive from Temporary and Adam B. Smokes and flashes coming in with 0-0 prospects. Going to go for the execution pretty early here. Bomb trying to commit down at default, I assume. Your Spooky getting caught off through the smoke, though, sent tumbling down and out of the round. A bomb will be secured, however, so Ninjas man advantage on the retake.
Man advantage, and also a fair bit of utility to play with here as well. 2 smokes, 4 flashes. Not mistaken, but yeah, definitely enough to work with here. Go out, and frags are also going to follow. ZTR finds the first one. Tapped, and that's readjustment.
Scenario for it, but still on the bomb. Oh my god, he's going to get it. ZTR, he's stolen the round. Oh no. The prospects had all the control, held bad behind the smokes and hard cover at ramp and sandbags, but still couldn't get it done.
Oh, that's a tough one to lose for 0-0 prospects. They do a good job of actually being able to fight back into it. Obviously, CTR finds the frag by here. Default. At this point, once Lax finds Maxter on top of the bomb, then Jimbo follows up. Kind of expect that to go the way of the tease, but Lax deciding to shoot, not pulling up his knife. I think that might have been the better choice in that kind of scenario, just wildly slicing until you kind of recognize where the opponent is.
Spooky trying to charge forward again. More damage being done over the Ninjas. Trying to find that opening frag for the prospects. Instead, Adex the thought to Temporary first. He double dips as well with the flash assistance. No further contact. The prospects want to slow things down, it seems.
Yeah, that's also gonna make Ninjas actually fall back. They were just about to have 5 players over towards the A bomb site, but readjusts. Make sure to check out B and mid, but no doubt that 0-0 prospects, they still want to move up towards A here.
Time for those wallbangs close towards 1 CT play. Unable to get much done with it though. It's going to be directive contact, the execution basis. The CTs are starting to consider the rotations as well. Got one man making his way back in towards mid. The stack kind of dismantles temporarily, but he's still very close to them. There's still 3 players to deal with here for the prospects. They're just getting no luck towards finding these frags.
They're really taking their time. Well, I can see the benefit of just waiting it out, hoping that the CTs pretty much just waste their utility for the better part of it. Spooky with Tetris Molotov. That's going to force one player out of position, at least temporarily. But yeah, there's the answer as well. Solid Molotov, and Jimbo's actually going to fall as he has to vacate the bomb site.
And 20 seconds to work with now. Spooky and Lax do get a couple of trades. Actually a 3 versus 3 situation. Looking for the headshot angle on Rolf, and suddenly it's back to their favour as Adam B also falls. Maxter can't do much with it either, and VHW will close out, get that first round for the prospects.
Yeah, and honestly just generally very confused as to why Young Ninjas felt the need to push through there. Not really sure. They had a 5v3. There was, what, 17 seconds left on the clock, and then all of a sudden they want to fight through the smoke, gives Slacks the opportunity to get at least one quick frag, and Jimbo follows up with one of his own, and before you know it, there's only 1 or 2 Young Ninja players alive. That felt like a bit of a gifted round, honestly, over towards 0-0 prospects, but they'll happily take it. No qualms from their end. And I guess that could be, you know, considered karma, considering what happened in the prior round. So you win some, you lose some, and prospects do manage to get on the board. Phoenix with the follow-up here as well. Great start to the round, and money's on Ninja's side. Not exactly too pretty. They have forced into the pistols. Yet to see any sort of result from it, though.
Yeah, just that first pick in for the prospects, and not much else could be seen. Have got Deagles again for them, a 5-7 also in for ZTR. So it's firepower. We've seen these kind of pistols work out well for them. Utility still being missed by the T side, unfortunately. And that's going to cost them if keep things are going out down here. VHW gets caught off by Maxter out towards the B stairs. So finally some of those Deagles will come into effect. Wolf looking for a headshot back on Alex. And he will finally find that refragger. 4 versus 3 now. Advantage gained here by the Ninjas. The flashes coming over for Lax, trying to get his teammates in. He's got to go back for that bomb. And Spooky goes in for his own back tab towards the B site. If he gets Maxter, rotate will come in and they will have B control.
That's a solid lurk from Spooky. Something we didn't get to see the last time we were on Vertigo. He's even gonna spot out the jumping ZTR. He's actually gonna push forward. That's brazen. I figured he would have been happy, but it has to push through as his teammates have decided to push up on 8. Didn't rotate all the way around. I felt like that would have been the safer choice, but gets the job done nonetheless. I kind of love the fact that as we watch Jimbo, set up for that Molotov towards sandbags, keeps going back and forth between 2 lineups, decides on the second one, and that's the one that misses.
Yeah.
But I guess now he knows. Won't make that mistake twice. Solid job by the prospects to bring that round back. Got a little bit hairy.
No hair about this round though. Ninjas straight USPs. Forced the issue in that last round. They got quite a lot of damage to the prospects to their credit, but it doesn't mean it's going to mean too much here, especially with the Mat 10 making up for all the money that they lost there. Lacks the trade back on ZTR and it's being caught, so it's temporarily down. Very quick round for the prospects to get us back in. It evens 3-all to the board. Ninjas now back on their own bye here.
That's how anti-gives are meant to go. That's how they're meant to be. So far, we've seen, I guess, a clear intent from 0-0 prospects on their T side to focus on that A bomb site, even when they slow things down, not necessarily vacating the area. See if that continues to be a trend moving forward. And if that is what Young Ninja's plans to mess with it. For right now, pretty standard setup. 1-1-3 on the side of Young Ninjas. Trying to establish ramp control early.
Placement seems careful. The defaults here. Ramp being a very key focus for the 0-0 prospects so far in this matchup. 6 rounds deep and they've gone to it quite frequently. Back off from position as VHW has the Molotov. Going to try and clear out the banger position, but no CT there to act. They're so deep on the site.
They really are. I've had to let go of mid though, at least somewhat. You can see temporary kind of filling in. Time being, and that's a solid flash from CTR. Sets up Maxter nicely. Nets them net advantage. CTR also going to drop off a smoke before he heads back. This is going to allow for Young Ninjas to potentially shore up their defense towards the bomb site as well. You can see the rotation coming in from temporary as well. Still though, it's not easy to play 2 passive setups on the CT side, especially towards A. Very easy to just kind of get smoked off and then have to play an after plant against established T positions. Won't have to deal with that now as the prospects are actually setting up for a bit of a B split.
Smokes in towards mid to get spooky. The map control flash is coming forward. Max the call off towards quad. Unchecked at quad. Jimbo forced to turn around with a spray, and Alex just wall bangs him out. Knows that he can take that shot and most likely win it. Rolf also comes in towards mid and gets spooky to return. So it's a 4 versus 2 for the Young Ninjas here. The prospect get the bomb down here, and it's Lax and Alex on for the retake. Lax somehow just towards ZTR and doubles up with the orb kill. Oh, Lax has got a triple! Despite having jumped upon by the Young Ninjas, the prospects get the lead.
Oh, he's having a good laugh about that. And this isn't the first time we've seen it. It looks like a done round for Young Ninjas, and out of the blue, a triple kill happens. This time, with some help from a friend, 8x there, find temporary, and just like that, with a snap of a finger, the round turns instantly in the favor of 0-0 prospects.
I have no idea how to figure that. Like, that should never be winnable for them, but here we are.
What a start for Lax as well. It feels like he's been involved in more or less everything that's gone well for prospects. Sitting at 13 frags, only into round 8. And given the pistols on the side of Young Ninjas, he might be able to add to this.
He's definitely doing his work right now, that's for certain.
But again, 0-0 prospects taking their time here. I understand that one of the easiest ways to fall flat on a run like this is by being a little bit too aggressive, being a little bit too reckless. And yeah, around the minute mark, I'm assuming that they're going to feel good about the lay of the land, understanding that there's not going to be any immediate reaction or aggression from Young Ninjas, but they do have to be mindful of boosts, and we do see a fair amount of Swedes gathered up towards the A-bomb site.
There's the kill for Lax, temporary down, smokes up. Can't quite land that secondary pick back, eventually does do so, and the pistols start falling apart to the hands of the rifles. No shenanigans in this anti-eco, the same Upgrades just removed and only Max left with a P250 all the way back at the B site. Maybe might catch one overextending 0-0 Prospects player, but the HP numbers are so good that it shouldn't be much of an issue.
Yeah.
And even then, they've got cash to fall back on. So they should be 5-3 to the border 0-0 Prospects. No major stresses for them. And the Ninjas will have their buyback.
Yeah. Again, like the approach from 0-0 Prospects. They're pretty, I guess, clear-cut in what they want and how they want to attack the A bomb site there. And again, just individually, like what Lax does there, realize that there's no real reason for him to chase the second guy behind default. Just decides to utilize the smoke for what it's worth and then just solely focus on connector and where he's to net his second frag right here. Instead of go chasing after a guy behind default, knows that there could be a reaction coming out of the Swedes through connector and handles that nicely. A solid start here from 0-0 Prospects. I would say that obviously it is very possible to get T rounds on a map like Vertigo, but I would still say it's slightly CT favored in the sense that 10-5, 9-6 score lines are pretty typical. So 5 early T rounds is definitely not a bad way to start.
Nice nade there from Rolf doing the damage to 3 players. Jimbo and Spooky in particular. The boost up with the AWP in mid will try and catch somebody off guard.
Somebody's been watching Copenhagen Flames at the arm hard.
I was about to say, Stratbook evolving this map. And of course, with them making their way into the major, and it'd be nice if the Nordic teams can continue to capitalize upon that that trail that they've blazed for themselves. It was part of the tier 2 scene and everything, so
yeah,
all sorts of inspiration can be taken by these 2 squads. For now, though, just careful placement of the defaults. The flashes do allow a little bit of a peek. No kill against the Prospects, though. The Incendiary might force the man out. The nade damage. Addicts goes.
Addicts feeling real sad about not having a smoke available right there. Really made it unspotted. There is a lot of utility being used here. Oh! Just commits to it fully as well.
He knew he was there as well. We just knew it was a matter of time before the damage capitalized, which he got the headshot. Did feel like it wasn't going to come through for a little bit there, though. 4v4 instead. Incendiary is set. The bomb should get planted from here.
Just have to wait at the Molotov. For the time being, didn't want to use any sort of utility final smoke to potentially get that clear spot. So they will get the bomb down, but it is at the cost of Lax's life.
Might be worth it, though, I'd say.
Yeah, established positions on 3 players, and their final smoke goes out.
Won't suppress them for long on the Ninja's side, though. Charging straight up to the site, tapping that bomb once. BHW gets in, sees 1 and 2. No idea if the bomb planter, but fortunately Jimbo's got it, and Spooky gets the last. I think a misplaced priority there for the Prospects, but they do come up with the round regardless.
They do make it happen, and it doesn't necessarily have to look pretty. But there is something about this, like, lull and this build-up to just ultimate chaos, and then everything is evaporated within the span of 2 seconds. It is an ongoing trend, and Prospect seems to be thriving in that kind of scenario. And right now, Young Ninjas, I do feel like the I guess favorite idea of playing passively towards these sites is not necessarily paying off in weapon rounds. They're giving a little bit too much space to a Prospect seem to be pretty comfortable by even playing, you know, a man down in these afterplan positions when they get established. So we might see if there's a bit of an adaptation, a bit of a change up to what Young Ninjas do once they get back on weapons. For now, it is pistols all across the board. Some utility sprinkled in there on the side of ZTR, but frags all going the way of the T's.
I felt like Maxter might have had a bit of potential in that. Backstabber was moving in towards that bridge position, but he was covered up by the Prospects, so any real chance they had in the round has been removed. Wolf does get at least 1 pick, but doesn't get the rifle for it. So Jimbo just maintains control of the AK. The A site's been gained. There's only 1 land in ZTR. Then we'll rotate in from the lower floor, coming in from ramp. Maybe might catch a player off guard, but I doubt the firepower advantage is going to help him too badly. Indeed, he's been spotted now, so Prospects adjust, and there's no way back in with ZTR here.
If he can get out at all. Although it doesn't seem like the greatest win, but being able to hold on to Light Kevin at 5-7, still do some damage in the following round. Even though they are buying up, but it could be nice, just nice to hold on to Light Kevlar and not have to reinvest that. Seems like he's going to be allowed to do so as well. 0-0 prospects, at least up until this point, haven't necessarily shown too much interest in actually hunting people down. Seem to be more focused on themselves. As long as they have bank, they feel good about their chances to win rounds. Gotta respect that as well. Having confidence in your own ability. So you see how 8x was able to find 2 frags over towards that A-bomb site. So far, no reinventing of the wheel from the side of 0-0 prospects, but again, just having their game plan set and executing it to pretty high proficiency. It's really all you want. There you go, we're going to see some action towards A to start us off, and a bit more of an aggressive posturing from Young Ninjas as well, which is what you'd like to see.
Pressing forward, especially in that B site. Obviously, you see that quick peek in from the M4. Baiting in the AWP shot as well, so they know where Addix is. The nades down on VHW is what really highlights the advantage that the CTs have gained. And a 56 HP. 2 players walking their way up into the mid position as well, just backed up. And holding for contact here for now. Just nothing gained for the prospect side, just that damage left the tank. They'll finally make their way in towards mid now with the utility thrown down. Seems like it might be a split play execution from the back of this position. 3 on the site to try and deal with, and indeed the wraparounds will try catch him in the back here. Jimbo watching in the midst of the smoke. They'll wait and they'll get the kills for it. Spooky struggling. Maxter gets 2 of his own. It's all left to Alex in a 1 versus 4.
It's going to be pretty tough to dig your way out of this one. 1v4. Oh, also gets tagged up. That's going to be heard. Still hits the no-scope though onto Maxter. Saw an opportunity. That's going to be all she wrote, though. Rolf to close it out and secure Young Ninjas a 4th round there. Well received, honestly, by... He had no idea what was going on there, but do love a random smoke shot every now and again.
Both CTs were completely blinded, so I mean, it's a little bit of luck involved in getting that round together, but at the same time, prospects kind of walked into it.
Yeah, they had it coming.
He had it coming. He had it coming. You ever seen that show? That's a brilliant show.
Yeah. You should have seen it. Yeah, I'm not gonna do the whole thing. As Temper hits a fantastic shot onto a jumping Jimbo. Lax still living to tell the tale of his fallen teammate. But a solid start for Young Ninjas, at least.
For a bit more ZTR, though. He does catch Spooky off, so 5 versus 3. Very confident start for them in this roundup. And the prospects quickly moving up towards that ramp position will try and take over control of the A site again. The mollies and the flashes coming forward. The orb of Adex trying to find the kill against the player at side alley. Flash forward, Lax sees the shoulder but doesn't get the kill, counter incendiary back. But Rolf takes some damage. That's at least some sort of way in now for the prospects. Still no kills really being found though. Finally, Adex breaks the habit, gets Adam V, but peeks in from temporary, hoping to catch them back all the same. Try to get those trades involved. Nades close, no cigar, still no kills back to return. Ninjas are forced out of the A site here.
Yeah, like forced out / giving it up. I guess Rolf's getting tagged down to 1 HP. Well, made it sure he had no other choice than to actually bail out. Running around yellow is going to be dangerous, and we've seen this scenario before, Jay.
Yeah. A 4-on-3 situation to try and handle here. Smokes will be set over ZTR, and Rolf will get the incendiary down towards the alley entrance again. That will force Lax to be a bit more careful about his position. 2 flashes over from ZTR will try and get the entries together. Rolf checks outside alley, counter flash by the T side line, turns away from Lax at the worst moment. VHW comes up with a kill. ZTR forced to trade, responds to the second player as well. Re-smokes down, player close, Tech 9 spam. Knives pulled out by both sides, and it's Alex against the knife kill, but too late for it. ZTR closes out with 1 at the very last tick. Oh, manic stuff continuously coming in on this A site.
Yeah, safe to say that whatever things end up towards A, it's gonna be chaos. It's gonna be havoc. And this time, Young Ninjas are the one to actually come out of it victorious. They've been on the receiving end up till this point. They'll welcome that 5th round, even if it is a costly one. Definitely much needed. 2 rounds in a row, so might be a solid trend started here for the Swedes as we get towards the tail end of the first half. And again, an initially having 3 players over towards the A bomb site. I think they do a good job when they, basically rotate 1 player off once they've established a deep position. Usually a very, very nice way to play off of it. You're still going to have early information, but apparently not early enough. Adix actually will be able to win up that duel versus Temporary.
B gets 2 responsive though.
It was much needed as well. I don't think a one and done would have been enough to stem the tides, but 0-0 Prospects forced to kind of reconsider their options. Not a free path up towards the A bomb site. Jimbo pokes and prods.
3v3 for now as they just try and work their way into the defaults again. Smokes trying to indicate something over towards the A side, which might be followed up as well by Spooky indeed. Yeah, Molotov also with him with his bomb on his back. Well, there could still be a rotation at the last second. You can see VHW making his way into the site, so they might call this one in from here. Notice the backstab, in fact, looks towards the lower floor. Spooky's going to get that kill when ZTR will drop for it. We'll have the info that the bomb's on its back, way back towards the B site. The question is, will the young ninjas be aware of the aggressive play from VHW? Does he get patient? No, he doesn't. Rolf checks it, dead to rights. Maxter, 1 versus 3.
There you go. That was so close to going horribly wrong for them. As you said, ZTR on the flank. The last time we saw 0-0 Prospects having a flank, they actually just had him join in and pinch towards the A bomb site. So I was a little bit curious to see what they were actually opting for this time. Solid trades as well.
Effective stuff there from the 0-0 Prospects. 8th to the board. So far, so good on their own map pick on the team side, half and all. Real good stuff from Spooky, especially. Like, it's a good thing he read this, because he could have easily had his knife out at this stage, trying to run back behind the bridge. Because at that point, you've got the backs up together. You think you've got an easy line to that B site. Sometimes, and in that particular case, that wasn't to be.
Yeah, especially when you hear utility being used by young ninjas, right, to deny a bomb plant. You feel like, okay, no, yeah, they've already grouped up their guys. They're setting up for, potential a retake already. You're not expecting the flank to be that far forward. If it was me, I would 100% have a knife up. Here we have a 3-man boost.
I like this a lot. Adam's going to see 2, connect 1. Unable to get the deck stuck around for too long, and now his teammates start to pay the price. Damage done to both Rolf and Temporary. Temporary made it to 15. ZTR dead to the hands of Lax. VHW comes up good against Rolf. Temporary's down the same, and the whole round falls apart for the ninjas.
Oh man, I was a little bit curious as to why Adam decided to stay up there. Maybe he thought he could get a second follow-up frag or something to that effect, but usually just getting that first opener sets a bit of a shockwave into the T's and has them reeling for a little bit, so you can reposition. It's just the quick responses out of the T side. That does it all for them. 9th round as well. And this is turning out to be a wonderful T side for the Prospects. Yeah, as you like, but one more round left to be played, and it will be a round where young ninjas can actually buy into it. Not going to have an AWP this time. Temporary is going to have to deal with having an M4 to his name. Might make them play a little bit more passively, knowing that Adix has shown up towards the bottom of that A rep quite often. Still 3, just working on establishing deep positions, and then you see the rotation coming off from Temporary. Again, should be kind of setup that does allow you to have a lot of information to go off of early on if you're young ninjas, so as long as you avoid being picked off by that AWP, obviously.
Just firing away. Now Adam trying to fire away himself. Pick found on Jimbo. Nice start for the CT side, but down at 9 HP, he's easily tradable, and Lax will prove the point. Takes that frag back. Damage to return towards him the same. Now Rolf waits for his chance. Lax is going to aggress even further into the side, though. They might not be ready for this. Oh, no, they're not. Temporary down. Now just got to deal with the last CT player at the back. Checking those smoke positions. ZTR comes up with a bit of support. Lax will fall. Maxter is down and out for good. So Rolf's still going to wait here. They have got a line back in towards that side, but Rolf and ZTR remove 2 more from play. Leave it all on VHW now.
A little bit surprised to see ZTR actually win out that duel. That was not favored for him, but gets the job done. Gets young ninjas at a man advantage. Health-wise, though, still VHW who has the most to spare, and he's going to get a free bomb plant here as well.
And they were thinking there might have been some sort of rotate back. The incendiary for a specific position though, and that would have been her by the player that's downstairs coming in from ramp now. Where do they go with this? Ninja's taking it slow and steady. Haven't got a kit. They haven't got a lot of time. This flashbang for Rolf could still be impactful here, though. It depends on where he places it and how they peek off the back of it here. AK right around the corner. Might just be going in dry. VHW, he split steps, gets one. Looks for the second, gets it easy. And we'll close out the half of the high. 10-5 for the prospects and a very good T-side. You mentioned it was looking like it was going to be one right there, and it has turned up to be quite the opening half for them.
Yeah, no complaints really from me on how they did it. Again, they found something that worked comfortably for them. And it might not be comfortable for that many other teams to be down, 3v4 all the time in afterplan positions, but they knew how to play off of it. And again, as long as they felt that they could get the entrance up towards A, that was all they were really looking for. So you got to give them credit for it. 10-5, that should be more than enough to be able to close out the game, I feel.
Absolutely. I'm in agreement with you on that one. Like, it was definitely a very competent and very composed half from them. I felt like they had all the fundamentals down as well. I was looking towards some of those like top players to see whether or not they'd be the guys to watch out for. You mentioned Spooky, for example, and how good he is. Lax actually became the top fragger at the turn of the half there for them. So
yeah, by a pretty significant margin as well, if I'm not mistaken, or at least started off that way.
Yeah, it started off being significant. It ended up with 19 frags for him and 15 for Spooky at the end of it.
Okay,
so
that's still a pretty hefty amount for both.
Yeah, he's still having a very good game on Spooky's part of things, but Laxfree has been the star right now for this team.
Yeah, no, and again, obviously I had no of Lax from Teleleague and so on, but he hasn't necessarily been the star or the stand-up player for the side leading up to this. So it's a very positive sign, obviously, for Serious Prospects. You just want everyone to thrive and everyone to have solid rounds. So the fact that Lax can be the guy for this map, absolutely wonderful, really. Jimbo not getting started, which to the same effect that I would have expected, but if you have people to pick up the slack, then you're all set. Okay, let's see if ZTR, let's see if I'll jinx him or if he actually gets the nades off.
I'm surprised you played that risk given the just playing with Spooky moment ago
had
at
to
the start
do
of
it.
the last half. Well, flashes in from Temporary, not missed out at all, just making their way quickly into the bomb site. Rolf spreading out as Ninjas take full control. No casualties, no damage, no contact. 5v5 retake.
Yeah, honestly, cool idea from Young Ninjas with how their pistol strat work. Again, I'm just feeding one player a bunch of flashes that they can continuously throw.
Execution very quickly here for the prospects. Adam B and Maxter, however, have a game plan. VHW trying to see if he can bring this back with a triple of his own right. Maxter running out of bullets. Eventually gets the kill towards Alex and trying to fall away. Gets the tap towards VHW and closes him out for good. A quadra for him as it goes one better with a pistol.
Absolutely. He has quite the impact. I think that makes it a total of 6 missile frags from 2 opening rounds in each half. Definitely not a bad get. In any means, sets Young Ninjas off to a great start. I have to admit, I was a little bit worried when there was just a standstill. Maxter was missing shots, and we just kept seeing VHW getting frags in the kill feed. I was thinking to myself, like, oh no, it's happening all over again. But they do manage to stem the tide and get another pistol round 1. All right, MP9 force bite from the CT side. Just seeing that more and more these days. Get a couple of frags you do afford to buy, or you can't afford. Head Kev, or at the very least light Kev, and an MP9 could be a pretty potent mix. It's also
Plus, not to mention, if you get the kill against an AK, then you can use that for the rest of the round like they're doing
Also
right here
true.
for the prospects. Alex, firepower to play with VHW, taking the SMG back, and the Ninjas feel a little bit stumped as a result here, taking a bit more of a careful approach, but they are going to commit with these flashes and smokes down, suppression against at least the majority of these 60 players. The Spooky caught out towards Ali, will fall next to it. It's a 4v4.
Should be favored for Young Ninjas, and definitely going to be that case when Adam B finds slacks through site smokes. HW trying good luck for himself. Not going to get the same kind of result though, and it seems like Jimbo's already given up on the idea of a retake. And to be fair, not a whole lot of utility to kind of bring this back for yourself as a CT. One smoke, but yeah, that's going to be a very hopeful one at that if they had opted for it. So I can appreciate this. Again, they come out of the round with an AK at the very least, still have an MP9 in the hands of VHW, and might be a leftover MP9 from Adix earlier on for Jimbo to find. There we go.
Yep.
So you can drop off the Deagle to the next one, and they'll pretty much have an identical vibe, just by, with the addition of an AK.
Yeah, and I mean, without much real investment from them either, like, it makes a lot of sense for the economy basis. You have that extra firepower without needing to cripple your money basis, so they can have the guns into round 19 as a result.
Yeah.
So, yeah, positives all around. It's a very respectable sort of strategy to take here. The Eagle will be on Spooky here, and BHW is going to continue with the P250 in his back pocket for now. And nades in for him to start things off will do damage to Max, though, so more positive signs here for the prospects.
Jimbo set with a pop flash as well. Could be a little bit too early though for H.O.T to actually take advantage of. None of the Young Ninjas player having gone into the staircase, but we're going to see pretty much the pistol strap being revisited, but with weapons.
But it's going to go right initially. 2 frags in the SMGs. ZTR's got to get 2 back in the MAC-10, so fortunately they do get control to a 3 versus 3. Got to go back for that bomb, however. That might stall for a little bit more time, and ZTR missing the jump is not going to help the situation. Down to 19 HP. Got across successfully. A teammate lurking in towards mid. Might have to come up to decent effect. A 3-man boost, though. Oh, this is going to go be disastrous. Rolf's going to read it. See them all. 1, 2, and not quite 3. Got close. Alex, the AK, it looks like he wants to go for this here. I mean, it's probably best to go for the safe call. He does actually fall back towards the site and does lose his life to Adam B, who plays it perfectly to get up aggressive towards that angle. And 2 AKs get saved. But for a non-investment round for the CTs, it's high damage being done.
Yeah, again, you are bolstering up your economy yourself as well by getting MP9 frags, right?
Yep.
It's additional income, and you can see that's a very, very healthy first round buy. Surprising to see VHW on the non-silenced M4. Not the most typical thing to see in these days. You know, rare sight in the wild. Kind of like a unicorn at this point.
Just without the extension.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the reverse unicorn. It's actually just a normal horse.
We live in a fantasy world, apparently.
Exactly. It's all rainbows and
yeah.
unicorns here. But we'll see if he can have some impact with it. Obviously not going to have the benefit of not having his tracers shown as he's spamming smokes and that kind of stuff. But again, if he feels more comfortable with it, then he's probably going to be able to net more frags with it as well. Still, though, in the lead, 10-8 for the CT side. And Young Ninja's trying to rope together a comeback here. Mid-aggression going to be the name of the game.
First in the site itself does get away with 1. Rolf does manage a decent trade back. Adam B forced a trade back on the back side, but Rolf falling makes it a 3 versus 3 and some map control regained by the CT side. Lax going to try and abuse that and gets Max to now back to the favour of the prospects camp. The bomb needs to commit here. Gets past 1 CT player and does get planted down the default. Reface towards him and sees the shoulder and eventually catches the headshot. But a backstab from Spooky is the big concern as he gets 1 to return. A 1v2 for temporary. Missing orb shot, peeking back to sight. That's Lax in for the strike with a triple to his name and a round for the prospects.
Lax really impressing so far in this this matchup, showing up. And it's not just filler frags, which is obviously something that you can witness every now and again. It wouldn't be as impressive to sit with 22 eco frags, but it seems to having a lot of impact whenever given the chance, and much needed one as well. Finally gets 0-0 prospects on the board in the second half. Yeah, first CT round and another one to win at that. Of course, they have let the T-side build things up a little bit with the bomb plants that they keep finding, the rounds, of course, that they've won. The damage is going to compound here. You can see the MAC-10 coming in for temporary is going to be the limiting factor. And that's all thanks to the eco damage and the force by damage that Prospect have done in the last 2. So the fruits of their labour are finally going to be reaped here. Lots of seeing smokes down, set piece, standard defaults into that ramp control. 3 players to try and meet the default. Jimbo working in towards mid. We'll see nothing of the T-side rather for now. Just a standard double mid setup from 0-0 prospects. Actually just leaving the B side entirely open. Confident about that not being used as much anymore, even though Young Ninjas have shown some affinity for it. It would be right, at least for the time being, but 0-0 prospects, as you mentioned, they were bolstering up for a bit of a aggressive, I was about to say, yeah. A setup. And there's 2 falls back, 1 remains, and a little bit surprised to see Spooky actually push forward without necessarily having a pop flash or something like that to help him out. It's definitely going to split the CT side defense. Actually, just leaving 1 player over towards A. There's something rumbling. Spider sense is tingling. They would be right as well.
The HW, oh my god, he's just destroyed them all! Sprays through at a quadra, Jimbo closes the last.
Oh.
And in the blink of an eye, they realized they didn't even need the stack with that play. What a moment for him.
Damn. Yeah, just get him off the non-silenced M4 and look what happens.
The viewers NTR
Oh,
just
man.
like spectacular, just to watch all of it. It felt like dominoes pretty much. Like
Yeah.
just one fight after the other.
He's got to
Oh.
be thinking just like, what the hell is happening? When it's just like hearing all of those dink noises and then just seeing, yeah, the domino effect of teammates falling. Oh, that's a rough one. And now back to the, oh, aye. Did he not learn? It's going so well with the silence ult. Oh well, we'll see what kind of magic he can come up with. It's going to be a little bit of it. Well, I shouldn't say that, but on paper, it should be a bit of an easier affair for 0-0 prospects in this one. Tech 9s and pistols is the name of the game. Spooky there to receive together with 8x, and it is a favorable trade, but you probably would have expected to have at least one more to come out of it. All in the hands of Temporary as well.
Ooh.
And that leads to pain for Lax.
This is doable now though. 2 versus 2 situation. They haven't got any Kevlar because obviously it is an eco. At the same time, you also think that the AWP shot did land pretty nicely. Temporary's got another against VHW, and the hero of the last round will become the tipping point of this one against 0-0 prospects this time. Jimbo suddenly alone to do it all, and this is what I'm talking about, the opportunities for Temporary to step up. Not a star in his own right, but with 3 kills to his name, could be on for the quadra of the Yorpa. Maxter looking in for similar damage. They've got the 1 CT of Jimbo making his way back around towards the outside of ramp. Will spot the first timing, spray through, gets the 1 kill, and just about secures the second. Barely holds the anti-eco together for the prospect, but they've taken some serious casualties for it.
Yeah, it really did, but I think they're just going to be happy about managing to salvage that bit of a hot mess. Temporary doing a great job, and you got to give it to 0-0 prospects as well for giving him the chance. Very eager to peek forward there, and this is where you see like the aim punch coming into position, into play as well. It's going to be very difficult for Temporary to actually get a response there. Felt like it had to be the op to find the frag. Not going to be the case, but yeah, as you said, a lot of damage done. 2 MP9s in play for the CT side. Not a fully AK-kitted T side on Young Ninjas. Lacking, severely lacking utility as well. I see some of it being used early on.
Black's wins that opening fight as well, so the AK firepower which they've got to rest on is not quite coming up as well as they'd like to. So we managed to get a 2-for-2 trade at least, keep things at evens. But they have removed a little bit away from the 0-0 prospects side of things. The SMG of VHW might become a bit of a problem if they continue pressing towards that B site. He's the lone player for there right now. Backup is on the way. So the prospects have the right idea, and so does VHW, it seems. Look how aggressive he wants to get here at the smoke.
Oh, I thought he was going to sit inside of the smoke for a moment there. Oh, that railing jump is going to be heard.
It's keeping his head tucked away. They're focused so heavily on the backside, they might not even check banger. 1 spray, only 1. The flashbang catches him blind, so Maxter can keep things together alongside Rolf, getting Jimbo at the edge of the smoke. All left to Adex. The AWP against 2. Not the ideal weapon for a retake here, but he's going to have to commit towards it. If he can find that M4, that would be great. Being watched out by Maxter though, not much breathing room. We're going to keep pressing forward. The crossfire locks as Rolf sacrifices himself, but Maxter gets 9 rounds for Ninjas.
That's a big one as well. Well, like you were saying, as they were scaling up towards the B bomb site, if they don't actually check wood, that could have spelled disaster, and it initially does, but Maxter's really quick on the trigger there to get the frag back, and Rolf finding Jimbo through smoke was all they needed. I'm seeing Young Ninjas time and time go back to that B bomb site. To be fair, it is where they found most of their success as well. For 0-0 prospect. Rolf's going to be enjoying his time in mid. 7-2 and oh, that's a very, very clear silhouette inside of the smoke or a contour. As VAG falls and yeah, not a whole lot for 2 remaining 0-0 prospects players to do. Spooky falls immediately, leaving only 8x. I guess he's hoping for somebody to get a little bit eager and run into him and give away a weapon.
Slightly just getting Mac 10 though at best here. Even then, the firepower advantage overwhelming with the spray. Easy money for all, easy money for ZTR, and Young Ninjas get towards 10 here. So despite the prospect side looking like the better team by far here in this map, we are seeing a little bit more from the T half of the Swedes. Now brought us back within 3, and there's not much of a buy left for the prospects here. They will be able to get the guns out, but you'll start to see some limits here for Marcin, for VHW, Spooky with the SMG. Limited utility, very heavily limited utility, and absolutely no kits to play with.
I'm not sure how in love I am with that kind of a buy, unless they have a very set strat to follow through on and set up. It gives them at least an early advantage, because yeah, playing late round scenarios here is going to be extremely tough on their end. Not a lot of utility to work off of. They don't really have the luxury of being able to play for a retake. And well, apparently didn't have the luxury to actually watch ramp at all either.
Lax turns himself in the alley, actually drops 2 in the bomb. Triple perhaps. ZTL, who sees that slight gap and actually gets caught off alongside Adam B chiming in. And he's got to get Spooky back in the turn, so a 2 versus 2. Very similar HP numbers, and the backstab continues to come in from VHW. He's being marked off by ZTR here. It's very low HP for the T-side player though, so one shot's all it's going to take, and that's exactly what VHW gets. Now it's all on Rolf, the Mac 10, in from the B side, thinking he might have called in a smart strat to rotate, instead leading his teammate to his demise. And now with it all to do here on his own clutch.
Wow, VHW actually just abandoning the bomb entirely. He's gone up ladder. I was a little bit worried that he might not be expecting Rolf to come back through towards B, or from B. That's not going to be a problem whatsoever. So they're going to group up. I'm liking that actually quite a bit. Going to play off the potential to trade and just have Rolf pick up the bomb, and he's going to spend quite a bit of time and utility to actually do so. Hasn't been coy about it either. Gonna make a lot of noise. Makes noise over the bridge as well.
Yeah, and they're going to hear that. They know he's rotating all the way back into that B site. They will eventually go ahead and try and get the likes of VHW back there. Mac 10 versus 2. Incendiary on site. Perfect. That's all they need. To deny that bomb plant. Force Rolf off of it. I think it landed a bit deep, actually, so he might secure the plant in the end. He does burn a little bit, and that gives VHW the advantage on the duel, so... There you go, a 14th for Prospects. It was looking a little bit dicey at certain periods, but it does come through for them. And that is 14 to 10 as well. 2 more to go.
2 more to go. And yeah, on their steady way. Solid job there from VHW. And I actually really like the fact that he abandoned the bomb. If he felt like there was no way for him to connect with his teammate at that point, then yeah, you would be giving isolated 1v1s potentially to Rolf. Instead, just gives it up, allows Rolf to kind of sit in his own misery, thinking about, well, it could be players around each and every corner. Make that job a little bit easier for 0-0 Prospects. Oh, well done. Timing here, though, for CTR to be able to just walk up here. We saw that in the first Vertigo game as well. Gen C just somehow spawning in on the A-bomb site, completely unnoticed. But this time, not able to get a Rom went off of it. Did get a bomb plant though, so that is going to result in actually an AWP on temporary as well. You can see that 800 extra bucks does a lot for you.
Oh, what a shot for Adex though, taking ZTR out of the fold effectively. Great start for the CT side, because the damage might have compounded initially, but it's the kill that really matters. And there it is. Of course, the damage is a bonus now against Max, they're being down at 67. So the Prospects, being unscathed, are in a very strong position.
Especially being able to grab the guy who's meant to kind of set pressure on you from yellow that early on. It kills the brood of the attack, really, and all that nade. Okay, went a little bit further than I expected.
It looked like it was dead on there. And that's dead on from Adam being temporary, though. 3 versus 2 situation. Bomb dropped straight through. Adam gets another good kill. Alex, the AWP strike is all left to Adam on 2 points of health, though. Surely shouldn't be lasting much longer here. Check around the corner. There's Alex for the kill. 15-10, map point for Prospects.
Here we have it. 15 on the board. And obviously money to buy, and that might be a little bit more of an issue on the side of Young Ninjas. Again, try to scale back up on that B-bomb site after losing ZTR. Seems like 0-0 Prospects have gotten a little bit more comfortable with defending that bomb site as the game has progressed. We'll see, though, what is going to be the final stand for the Swedes here. What is in mind? Not a whole lot of utility, so they don't exactly get a lot of goes at it. And already, Adam B has fallen. That's 8x once again on ramp, being aggressive with his positioning. Letting good results.
Walk forward, more CT players. Damage being done through the banger position. Max, they're on 1 point of health, especially. The HW continuing to spam forward, but unable to get anything out of it for now.
Oh, Spooky's already taking liberties.
Yeah, all the way around. Maxter not quite burning to the Molotov just yet. It will extend soon, but the backstab just continues to come forward, and it should just catch off everybody from here. Spooky hearing footsteps. Even more to be found. 2 players to line up. Rolf gets caught down lower. 1 spray, 2 spray. Not quite landing. Not like Matters though. Jimbo and Spooky are still holding down control. It's all left to ZTR and a 1 versus 4 to get back into the site, to get back into the round and back into the matchup. It's not going to happen. Sent falling down off the building and out of the server, out of the map, up 16 to 10 for the 0-0 prospects as they take their own map pick. I think for the first time in... Yeah, I think for the first time the underdog has actually taken their own map pick so far in this tournament.
Yeah, and the other ones haven't necessarily been that competitive either, in all honesty. So yeah, this is a solid showing from 0-0 prospects, delivering up to, I guess, the hopes that we had for them. The fact that they had a good string of results as of late, and again, Vertigo on paper looked like a good choice for them, and they were able to follow through on it, and doing so in a proper fashion. I'd say it wasn't necessarily too much just haphazard rounds or something that lucking into things. It felt pretty well controlled for the majority of that.
Yeah, that's the key thing, right? Well controlled for the majority of it. They felt like they were a competent team, a very strong, sort of solid unit, and that's the key thing we were talking about when it comes to these different sort of like levels of team, is the fact that you might be great as individual fraggers, but you won't be able to be competent as a whole unit unless you're playing together. And I think that 0-0 prospects really got the grasp on that, and I think actually on the contrary, that's the main thing that was missing from the Ninjas, seeing how new these players are, seeing how inexperienced they are. I think that really had a massive impact as to how well their game went.
Yeah, no, I completely agree on that. It felt more like we had a group of individuals, more so on the side of Young Ninjas. You'd see a lot of instances, especially on the T side, where it's just like a random opening, appears for the 0-0 prospects, and that's off of a player, running aggressively somewhere, but not necessarily having anyone near to potentially trade, or actually just be in a position where they can actually regain that room. So we haven't, lost a player for nothing at that stage. So definitely more of that from the side of 0-0 prospects. I feel like they were more bunched up, had more of a protocol to how to gain map control, and that's always got to be beneficial. But we'll see if that has the potential to turn around on the second map, which is going to be Young Ninja's map pick.
Yeah, Ninja's map pick of Mirage for the second time today. We'll see it's the second map of this series. The question is, will the Ninjas have enough in attack to try and bring it back and take it to a third map? We're back after this short break to find out exactly how well they play it. So don't go anywhere. Let's join us after this. Well, for once, the underdogs are doing pretty decently. The Norwegian core is doing pretty decently, and I'm sure that you're very happy about that, Vendetta.
Obviously. Excited to see them, yeah, actually get around on the board.
Absolutely. What was their map pick? So there is always that little caveat point to add in this one. Although, being said, I think honestly they play the most competent game out of I think any of the underdogs by traditional definition. I think honestly, like we came into this one thinking there was a good chance that the 0-0 prospects could do it. Now I'm thinking that Mirage is a really good chance for them now.
Yeah, no, again, just off of the back that how they got there, right? That's more about it, the journey, more so than the result is obviously what they needed, but the fact that they did it solidly, they played together, it seemed like, yeah, again, had a solid game plan. Obviously, things can be a little bit different once you get onto a different map, but it was a very encouraging start, and that's really what we've been looking for. So, yeah, I think you were the one flirting more with a potential 2-0 than I was, but I kind of have to jump in your boat. After seeing Vertigo, I expected Vertigo to go the way of 0-0 prospects, but not necessarily as comfortably as it did. So yeah, I think that there's definitely on the cards, potential for 2-0 victory here, which I think is fair to say is a bit of an upset, even though it is a Young Ninjas with a fairly new lineup, but it's obviously just give enough name and stature in that sense.
Yeah, I mean, look, these guys definitely look like a cohesive unit. We talked a lot about how that team play basis works into it, and you can just sort of see how much of a difference that really makes here.
Yeah.
The Young Ninjas, as great as they are as individuals, as much potential as they've got, I don't think they're necessarily in position to live up to that potential at this particular moment. The numbers generally weren't as 100% positive as you'd like them to be here. Only really ZTR was having a really good game in that first map for me. So I'm looking at this and I'm thinking that as a result of what 0-0 prospects are doing individually and as a team, Mirage is pretty ripe for the taking again. The only caveat point would be the fact that it was a 16-10, so in theory, Young Ninja should have enough momentum to push them back into a map 3. I just can't bank on it right now, It's the thing we're always talking about, is the fact that you can't bank on anything with this team.
Yeah, again, yeah, they don't really have the evidence to put us in a comfortable position to say that they're gonna bounce back, right? We just haven't seen enough out of them, and that's fair. Again, a very fresh lineup, and that's since only played 3 officials together, and obviously had some practice time, but. There's no doubt that 0-0 prospects look like a pretty fine-tuned machine in that sense, and I think it's also cool that I had my expectations in terms of what players we would see kind of stand out to start off the match. My picks were Spooky and Jimbo. Instead, we got a lot of solid stuff out of pretty much everyone across the line. Maybe Jimbo was actually one of the more quiet ones, but I think we saw Adix being able to do a good job with the Zop in multiple occasions, especially once they got over to the CT side and just in terms of finding openings. Lax obviously had a fantastic game overall, and Spooky obviously delivering as well. But VHW, he was always kind of intertwined and involved in these clutch situations, or these chaotic rounds, and obviously being a pretty significant factor to them actually winning more than not. So
yeah, I mean, look, just to make the point there, those ratings were only for the last 3 months. In terms of that last map, Lax got a 1.47 and VHW got a 1.4. So we're talking about some ridiculous individual performances from them, and that's the key thing, right? Not only did Lax just take control of the early game, it was everybody else who stepped up around him during the mid and late stages of the game. So if they can continue to replicate that style of matchup from them, sort of having their initial hard carry and then everybody else taking over from there, then yeah, we've got some real good potential in terms of what this roster can do here on Mirage, because it is going to be so much more frag based than what Vertigo would be.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely true. And again, it's going to be cool to see what kind of different approaches these two teams have. It surprised me to see that both Astralis Talent and Metasport had such a similar idea of how they wanted to deal with their CT side. Again, just foregoing mid control entirely, or fighting for it at the very least. On most occasions, I'd be hard pressed to think that's going to happen again. But it's cool to see different approaches and game styles, really. So I'm excited to see what they have to offer in that sense. And again, it's all about adaptation for me with these more inexperienced squads, just to see how far along they've gotten in their progress again. Because what you learn first is obviously the click heads, and then it's all about how you can develop off of that. So yeah, and again, it just comes back to the fact that I've been positively surprised by 0-0 prospects, and not to be Mr. all doom and gloom, but Young Ninjas didn't give me too much to kind of grasp onto and
Yeah.
grab onto to feel like, yeah, this is the one thing that's going to bring them over once we get to Mirage.
Or it's that case you mentioned about development of the inexperience, right?
Yeah.
And obviously, when we're talking about the players individually, probably there's a lot less experience on Young Ninja's side. And again, their main favoritism comes in the name value and what we've seen from the previous iterations of this roster rather than what we've seen from the current. So, in that sense, it kind of does make sense into what 0-0 Prospect did in map 1. Let's see whether they can do the same thing in map 2. Ninjas on the T side start. Utility thrown over by Rolf into that A site. Looking to go for the top construct where the bomb's making its way in from there. Will be blocked off. Player in sandwich, player in dark, player at sea. The triangle of death set up by the prospects here, and they'll try and work with it so effectively. It's Spooky with the opener. BHW and Adex not breaking the triangle for a moment. Temporary can force out a pick alongside ZTR getting laxed back to a 3 versus 2 situation. The prospects have control for now, and Spooky's not letting go of it. One catch for days on this pistol, and it will be Jimbo to close out the pistol rounds.
Yeah, that was yeah, and very environmentally friendly by Spooky, using as few bullets as possible, really, to get his kills there. That was some solid shooting. A little bit curious to see what the end game behind that round was from Young Ninjas. For a second, I thought they're committing to actually going through the vents in towards B, something to that effect. Once they pop through the smoking and connector, but yeah, they kind of went very deep towards jungle and connector while just letting the guys running up towards A die. Seemed a tiny bit odd, but who am I to say? Might have been a grand master plan behind it all.
Well, if there was, then the Ninjas will not live up to theirs. Prospects. Control hand for BHW. He gets the SMG picked back on Rolf. Maxter at least gets the responsive and straight through the smoke. Jimbo removes him from play. Another blind kill that we've seen about 5 or 6 of those so far in this matchup. Mostly behind the A smokes over on Vertigo. This time behind the connector smoke on A site of Mirage. Adam B at least gets Alex in the trade. Another 1-for-1 against ZTR. And now Lax is out of the round. Spooky moving in against him. He was the one-tap master in the pistol. Now looking to become the spray master here for the anti-eco. Sees the head of the player over at default. Trying to get Adam B to drop so desperately down to 48 HP. USP is pulled out. Jimbo leaning in the same. Just trying to get that one good pixel gap, that one good shot that they need to secure it against the man. He's still somehow playing for time. And eventually that kill comes in, so this temporary will fall, and the prospects will gain 2.
That became very labored. I don't know what kind of plot armor they had on the bomb site there, but man, it felt like he swallowed about 20 hits from that M4, but they do get the job done eventually. But again, just with the frag coming through the connector smoke to deny the bomb plant right here from Jimbo, this could have been, you know, very, very bad for Young Ninjas. Again, not getting a bomb plant, having fully forced into it. Could have been a very expensive affair, and 0-0 Prospects would have been ecstatic about how this game started, but instead do take a significant amount of losses, lose 3 players, and I think they just do also get that bomb punch. So they're gonna have a very solid buy come round 4.
Yeah, and a quasi investment for now, the upgrade pistols, a couple of bits of Kevlar here and there, and a nade to dish out some serious damage. Once again, played so well by the CT sides, and for 0-0 Prospect, it's easy pickings for Spooky and Lax. 3 kills between them. Adam B just chime in for 1 good frag. They are also expecting a player over towards TV temporary. He does catch Lax off guard, so a bit overzealous now from the prospect side. He grabs that M4, but he's lost his teammate in the time being, so all on him. 1v3 for a quadra clutch, and he's working his way into the B site. And one man coming in towards short that will try and cut him off at the seams to allow that bomb plant if possible. But nothing major other than that here. Temporary should end up dropping, at least in theory. He has got a bit of breathing room to work with. I doubt he'll get past Jimbo here.
Yeah, Jimbo posted up by Jail next to benches, and he's going to have no problem being able to secure that round for 0-0 Prospect. Obviously, like, it is kind of a thing about because these teams have played each other in the past on Mirage, but obviously with very different lineup on the side of Young Ninjas. Fozy, LNZ both being present, and both top fragging for the side of Young Ninjas on that one. But again, if you want to do like slight comparisons, I think Prospects were able to get a total of 8 CT rounds the last time these 2 teams played. So that's kind of the benchmark and how they, or what they want to improve upon. That's a dirty little one-way that you created for yourself. Still doesn't expect CTR though. So it's a short-lived advantage.
One that tips the way of the T side in the end. Again, also short-lived by Lax's nade though. Takes temporary back. Any damage done towards him, maximum 14 points of health. So in this 3v3 0-0 prospects, they have a slight advantage in that sense of the HP numbers. It's a case of finding and capitalizing on those kills. Ninja's going to slow things down.
Curious to see if that's to kind of come up with a new plan, or if it's just out of insecurity, not necessarily knowing where they have the 0-0 prospects players. Again, can't necessarily allow themselves to spend too much time not doing anything at all. And there we see smokes coming forward window and top connector being smoked off. Which means 0-0 prospects at some point needs to get a bit of a peek in towards mid to understand what's going on or what potentially is not happening there at all. Right now, rather isolated player, but you can see VHW actually slinking. Well, okay, I was saying slinking over towards kitchen, but he's actually going to fall back towards the A bomb site, which means Jimbo has a lot of work on his hands in a couple of seconds.
And M4 just watching the Molotovs go down against him. The smoke's set. Adam B watching and waiting. Jimbo catches off ZTR. Adam B there with a decent trade, so a 2 versus 2 is gained. And that bomb plant secured down to the default box. Rotation's a little bit slow from Lax and VHW, both players coming in from mid as well, and Maxter is covering that off, but he is the best player to challenge in this case. 14 HP for him still. And when util picked up by Lax as well, the incendiary on the bomb plant position would drive Maxter to his demise, surely. Not in the open, still finds a headshot, never mind. Adam B drops down, 1 versus 1, smoke down, and Lax trying to make his way up close and personal, tapping through that smoke, unawares of where Max is holding from and running out of time. He's got a kit on his pouch, but needs to get this frag together. Max is playing for time, playing for headshots, and he doesn't quite land it. Lax, I think he's just about in time for this, yeah. Kit in play, it will be 4 for prospects.
Ooh. Dangerously close for Young Ninjas there to get on the board. Solid effort, though, by Max to try to play time, but obviously it's going to be at a pretty significant disadvantage with that HP. I do like that opening move from Adix. Usually what you'd see, what would be, I guess you could say, is the meta right now for those kind of things, is you drop down the smoke because you're doing a boost of some sort, or you're just playing close by underpass stairs to be able to re-aggress in towards mid off of a flash or something like that. I don't think Young Ninjas were necessarily expecting somebody to push through it like an absolute madman. 4-0. Another buy incoming for Young Ninjas. And someone's actually been, yeah, who's that? Been able to make his way all the way up towards connector. That's CTR. I think that's been heard, or that's something that they are halfway expecting. Well, now they will know.
Flash forward for Ninjas to get to the site, and only ZTR comes up with any decent success. His teammates have fallen, and Jimbo trades him back. So 4v2 situation. This round has fallen apart already.
Yeah, not looking too excellent. I'm a little bit curious about what the idea behind the round is as well, because again, instead of having ZTR throw the flashes from connector and kind of giving up his position, you could have Maxter, who is playing further back in mid, potentially being equipped with those flashes and kind of have the same result if it's the A Palace players you're trying to get out. Here we are, though, 2v3. Max still worried about a potential lurk.
Maxter making his way in from the stairs directly. Going to try and deal with VHW, blinded with Temporary's assistance as well. A 2-on-2 situation. Alex, orb shot connects. Maxter drops. Temporary on 19 HP, also dealt with by Alex. Quick peek on top of the ticker booth, triple in for him. And so prospects are going to start things off on a flawless foot. You mentioned how they got, what was it, 8 rounds on CT side last time in that last series?
Yeah.
Now he's surpassed that already. It was the 6+5. So there you go. So far, so good.
Absolutely zero complaints from there, and at the very least, things are going exactly according to plan, and Adix being a big part of that. He's up to 6 frags now on his op, leading the way together with Jimbo. His pistols abound for Young Ninjas. Again, yet another CT playing around the smokes here. Let's see if the timing is solid for him. Well, they come to him. A little bit of luck involved there on the second one, but he'll allow it. Spooky with 2 quick ones and actually gets away completely unharmed, or only 2 HP loss.
There's Alex with a follow-up as well, so just no real clap back from the Ninjas as of right now here. I mean, it is pistols v rifles, but you would have hoped that this half-by could have found some more impact. Rolf does get 1 pick back on Adex. was not allowed access to the site. The bomb will out of their control. There's very little opportunities for the Ninjas, especially as Adam B falls to BHW. Challenging directly onto Rolf, gets that headshot. 6 on the trot for 0-0 prospects.
Yeah, and again, with having a fairly clean round right there, I'm going to be able to have a little bit of excess cash as well, so potential fear of getting immediately reset or anything like that is completely gone. Money to rebuy, so yeah, the fight back is going to be pretty difficult here for young Ninjas. Gotten off to a rough start. We'll see if they have anything in their pockets to kind of force their way back into it. Quick mid control attempted at the very least. Managed to establish one player behind mid boxes. Goes up, and actually finds Spooky as well.
The perfect spray to that headshot. As soon as Spooky backed up as well in the midst of that smoke. He didn't have to die there. Tried to play off the back of the trade, but ultimately unable to win out the fight. So, start-up advantage for the Ninjas this time. For the first time in a very long time, I feel like they've had an man advantage here. Might be one of the first few in this map up, but it's going to be taken away so quickly by Jimbo. Back up towards top mid, peeks in, gets Max the ZTR, catches him rotating away. Meanwhile, VHW up in the apartments gets one before he's responded to by Temporary. So 3 versus 2, nobody left on that B side. There is a rotation inbound from one player, I think that's Adex. The plant will not be denied for him, and I think he's going for the safe call.
For a moment, I thought I was wondering if he heard ZTR jumping up towards the window, and that's why he turned around, expecting ZTR to try to complete a flank, but that doesn't come to fruition. He's just giving up any sort of hope of being able to catch the B players. And the safe call is the only reasonable thing really to do here for 0-0 prospects. They're going to be able to buy up. The following round, you can see Spooky a little bit low on cash as the one player on the side of 0-0 prospects in that situation. So in order to make sure everything goes nice and tidy for them in the upcoming round, just gonna decide to hold on to these players.
There you go, first round on the board for the Ninjas.
Yep.
A bit of a while coming because prospects have dominated their way throughout the course of every other round so far. Felt like for a minute they were going to try and find a similar scenario here on this particular one, but not to end up being. They have the guns back in play though, a lot of cash built up. Probably not as much as I would have thought actually. They've invested hard into this next round, only a few $100, no player past $900. But they have got the AWP, and they have got the M4s, and they have got a saved AK as well. Boost up of the AWP, and Tempro's removed by Alex. He had a million miles of breathing room.
Yeah, I was about to say, he feels so comfortable with that when you see both of the players run past, and then obviously an elbow sticking out too. That's one of the easier ones Adix has had today. That's exact start as well, that 0-0 prospects we're looking for, and well, Lax is going to follow up on it so deep, so early on as well. Max are completely caught off guard.
5v3 situation. Looking pretty peachy right now for the prospects, as it has done in almost every single round up to this point. And Spooky swings in, perfect duel against ZTR. Another 5-on-2 for them gained. The Ninjas still yet to respond. Maybe they might get a frag back here on Rolf's attempted entries through Connector. But even then, no CTs facing him here. They don't need to.
I really don't. Jimbo, though, might have heard the jump in mid. I was curious if he's going to go forward to take the duel. That could have been disastrous with one young Ninjas player already in ladder room. Decides to play it calmly and laid back, and that's probably going to net him some good as well. One player, two players directly walks into his crosshairs, and wonderful round altogether for 0-0 prospects. And yeah, you highlighted the lack of funds after buying into that round. Well, didn't lose a single one. Follow it up, so some of those issues have been rectified for the CT side here.
Should be seeing a pretty decent cash flow right here with buyback, of course, the Ninjas would also come through, but this will be their one last chance to put the money hurt on the prospects before they really get going and the economy really starts to build. Looks like a set piece coming in as well towards the ace side. They haven't gone for anything too simple like this before, so let's see whether it works out for them. Smokes down to connect the jungle and stares. VHW on top of triple, gets one kill for it, backs off, and hides behind default for Addict to support with the AWP, even a no-scope at long range! A triple sequence, dipping in for the Quadra! Oh my word, what a play that is! One that gets prospects up to 8.
I felt like that round was so much in the balance for quite some time there. VHW playing hide and seek. And meanwhile, 8X just comes out as an Apex Predator instead, runs through the smoke, finds the first frag, and then follows it up with that beautiful no-scope, and just continues going. No fear in that man's heart. What a round, and what a time to do it as well. You talked about it. That was perhaps the last chance Young Ninjas had to kind of fiddle with the economy of 0-0 prospects.
And now they're hot on the money line themselves.
Yeah.
Pistols brought out for this one. Attempted Palace dive. I say attempted because it's failed in all sorts of fashion here. 4 players picked apart. No damage done to prospects. This is looking like a decimating kind of game. The bomb in their full control. ZTR's got nothing he can do here. He'll try and fight because he has no choice in the matter. But AK bearing down upon him, and it will be the perfect round from prospects to follow up the most perfect play from the AWP.
So what? That is, for the last 3 rounds, survived 14 out of 15 possible times, if I'm not mistaken. Something to that effect?
So, yeah.
Only 1 person dying in that crazy 8X round. If I remember correctly, I, again, fully focused on what 8X was doing, so everything was just background noise at that stage. But yeah, 0-0 Prospects is definitely having a good go of it in the last couple of rounds to build their economy. And you can see all of a sudden it's just swelled up from being next to nothing, and Jimbo is all of a sudden sitting at 11,000 post-fight. They're not likely to stop either up at this point.
The walk in from the Ninjas, hoping they can find anything on this default, particularly from Underpass and ZTR. The nade placement now the reads just getting better for the CT side. They knew what was coming towards their name over on the short position. Now they know what's coming their way on Underpass. Second nade lands in ZTR. Now he's on 28 points of HP. Oh, there really is not a lot to work from here for the Ninjas, is there?
Yeah, I know. It probably feels like you're walking on glass. Like
Yeah.
any sort of wrong step is just going to spell disaster for you. And well, I guess on a positive note, they have been able to establish mid control. But that kind of feels because, well, it feels like that's because 0-0 Prospects has let them, and well, Lax decides no more of that. Finds Rolf, and Jimbo doubles up as well. This is all going 0-0 Prospects' way.
Just when you thought ZTR had the jump on Jimbo as well, he thought the similar scenario was going to wait patiently, try to get more out of this round, but another 5-man alive round from Prospects. I think that's 3 out of the last 4 at least.
Yeah.
We're talking about some real confidence on show from these guys. And I'll reiterate a point I mentioned during the last series as well. This is the Ninjas map pick.
Yeah.
They wanted this, and they'll reap what they sow.
They really are. But again, you got to give 0-0 Prospects credit. They're literally outgunning and, as you mentioned, outreading Young Ninjas right now. Seem to have full control of what's going on the server at the moment. And I mean, even if it were to end here at a 10-5 halftime score, that's definitely something you should be able to do something with. And Edix is going to want to add to that.
Oh, here we go. Another rob sequence for him. He's got 2 already. Backups on the way. Flashbangs evaded. Smokes down. CZ3. Not quite the 4th. No ace this time. Jimbo cleans up the last of ZTR. Should grab that AW. Actually, no, they can stick with the 4 AKs and just buy the AWP themselves,
Yeah,
actually.
there you go.
Loads of firepower to play with. The CT is having the best setup so far, having the best half that we've seen, I think, from maybe there's some stretches here and there for the last couple of matches, but 11-1. Like, you can't really complain about anything here for them.
Yeah, no, again, you're kind of just floating on a sky right now if you're 0-0 Prospects. It feels like everything you're trying to do is giving great results. So that's just going to swell your confidence as well. Full belief in whatever you're going to do is going to be a good choice, and any duel you decide to take is going to be a winnable one. Usually that has pretty solid effects as well. And I'm a little bit surprised by the fact that we haven't seen more timeouts from Young Ninjas.
Yeah, I mean, I could sympathise with it on Vertigo because obviously it wasn't their pick, but here on Mirage, I think that's the first one that's come in, if memory serves me correctly, so far on this map. So
yeah, but it
they're
feels like it
11-1
could have been
down.
needed a little bit earlier on.
That's what I'm saying. It's like, this feels like the first one with being 11-1 down. Like, this is coming way too late for them.
It's like you finally find a bucket for the sinking ship, so you're like slow, you know, throwing out a couple of
About 8 hours
millimeters.
into its sinking process.
Yeah,
Like,
it's like, I can save this.
No, you can't. The Ninjas, they've got to start saving it from here on out. And there's a lot of work to be done if they want to try and get there. And Already Jimbo's caught ZTR, so that's a start up. And look at the mid control as well.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Adex, I think that's Adex that's up there right now. He's going to catch them all. They're rotating into position. Okay.
Well, he does have an AWP, which is got to be the most awkward weapon to have there. And, well, he does get punished for his brazenness, but, oh well, it's only down to a 4v4.
Got the info at least, though, so that's
Yeah.
something that this prospects can work with.
Absolutely. And he's got deep position in Palace as well. PHW. He's going to be just that thorn in the side. Even if Young Ninjas are able to find a quick frag onto Spooky here, that might not be enough. But actually, it's going to be H.O.T to start the show. And I think right now you realize that you're screwed if you're Young Ninjas. How do you get out of this spot? How do you get a safe bomb plant?
We've got no choice but to try at it here. They do get a kill back towards Spooky, so brute force might be the option, but Jimbo takes the advantage right back, and they still got to deal with VHW. The AWP's watching it. He catches an angle, but it's only a leg shot. VHW is alive, so is Lax at 100 HP, wins that fight against Temporary, and it's all on Rolf. 2 kills so far in this map up, making it a third right there, has VHW low HP to win that fight, now down to a 1 versus 1. Jimbo coming in from Connector, but at a much better HP deficit here. 100 HP for him, 26 left for Rolf. He's holding back behind Tetris, waiting for Jimbo to make the mistake, but Jimbo's going to win the fight anyway. Kill found, a fuse found, 12 found. He just continues to get better and better for 0-0 prospects.
Really, really does. And I mean, we were having doubts. I guess we were like, yeah, maybe there's a chance of a 2-0 here. Maybe they can be pretty competitive on Mirage against Young Ninjas. But also toying with the possibility of a third map, and I think it's safe to say that 0-0 prospects have done all they can to kind of put those thoughts to rest.
Yeah. To say the least, honestly, this has been an absolutely dominating map up.
Yeah, and you'd have to imagine if you're able to provide this kind of an outing on your T side, it's not going to be all disastrous on your T side either. Surely, just off of the confidence that you've built individually.
Like, even if they, assuming that if this goes the way that it looks like it's going, right, at a 14-1 half, like,
Yeah.
even if they do have a disastrous T side, they just need 2 good rounds, and that's it.
Exactly.
Right? Doesn't even need to be good gun buys. Like, if they still an eco victory against the Ninjas, then that'll be enough.
Yeah.
They've already found the pick here to start things off against ZTR. Lax Incendiary's down, suppressing and getting Adam B. Temporary with a decent trade, but is it a temporary man advantage for the CTs? Yes, it is. VHW gets it right back, though. Maxter training on the turn. Rolf and Temporary. Bomb goes down for them. 2v3 post plant. Do catch Adex off guard. Not quite aiming in the correct position. Now VHW and Spooky inbound for the retake. One player up towards the apartments. VHW working in from short. Temporary was spotted. The youngster, the youngest player in server right now, anchoring on the site. Spooky looking for his angle. Checking truck. Checking backside. Jump up, sees the man, gets the kill, sees the second player as well. Eagle out against Rolf, just taps it forward. The AWP lands his shot, and VHW, open bomb plant, taps it once. Actually, not so open in from the market window, but Rolf sees him off the bomb, so it looks like they've just taken it here. Indeed, that kill comes in, and after a very long battle to get there, they've broken the 6-round streak and have gained their second round.
Yeah. Very much needed to feel like you have any sort of life in this match, but been a little bit too late, and I don't think this is a kind of replicable situation either for the side of Young Ninjas. A lot of back and forth, but do give them credit, obviously, for being able to trade efficiently and get onto that B-bomb site.
You're talking about efficient trade. 0-0 prospect managed to get all 5 players down on Ninjas regardless.
Yeah.
Rolf went up with the bomb. And it's Mac 10s in this final execution of the half. Adex has already found Maxter. Got VHW up at Palace, 2 kills. Not quite the third. Adam B behind the smoke still managed to spray back against him. But a 4v2 scenario, and Adex just rescopes in to get his double and basically secured a round from there.
No, not even dinks are enough for Young Ninjas right now to have anything go their way.
On AKs as well. Just dinks on AKs and it still doesn't work. What more can you do?
At that point, the game's just not really being your friend at the time being, and Adam B, he no longer has any friends alive. Has to do it all by himself. Some 1v4. There's one upside here. Adix is tagged up, but it's going to require something quite special to win this back. Smokes off the bomb. 50 seconds left. Well to play around with. On does actually manage to get one, but yeah, there's just simply too many 0-0 prospects players around. 13-2. And that, yeah, I just didn't expect that. Simple as.
Yeah, I mean, look, I gave him credence to the idea of there being a 2-0. I thought Ninjas were going to put up a fight in this map and in this series, and definitely there was a good fight in that first map.
Yeah.
I don't think you can say the same thing here. Like,
No.
this has been dominant in a fashion that I don't think anyone really could have expected.
No, and that's pretty much the big thing as well, because again, you can obviously point out faults with Young Ninja's play, but again, it's been more a case of being positively surprised by what we're seeing out of 0-0 prospects. We were, I guess, not as shocked by seeing it on a map like Vertigo because we've seen it before, but for Mirage specifically, yeah, no, this just nothing to complain about. You said it yourself, right? Like everything is going swimmingly, everything you're trying, everything you've set up is just working. Which is yeah, unexpected. So just simply unexpected.
Yeah, there's not really much we can add to that, really. Like, it just has been that good for the 0-0 prospect side. And whilst the match might not be over, it definitely feels like it kind of is a 13-2 half. I think one of the most dominant... Yeah, it must be the most dominant half we've had so far. Like, we've seen 16-4s as like the most one-sided scoreline, I think, in any one matchup. So, right here, we stand with a possibility of a 16-2.
I think especially because of the map as well, because we saw Masonic obviously on Ancient versus Bitfix. But
Yeah.
that's still like, yeah, but you're playing CT side Ancient, that's kind of a cheat code. Everybody does this. That type of ordeal. Not as common on a map like Mirage. But we'll see though. Maybe Young Ninjas have something in them to kind of pretty up the results. They, without a doubt, need the pistol round here.
Lean forward, Tempo's already taken damage. Maxter caught off by Spooky. Oh, he had the jump on him, everything. Lax, meanwhile, strikes towards the site. Finish off the job against Temporary that he started. A 5-on-3. Adam B back at CT, unable to land anything here. Bomb goes down. Retake is on.
It is on. It is Adam to have the kit on himself as well, but he might not have any teammates left to retake the site with. CTR falls in mid. 4v2, and time has already started ticking pretty heavily, almost halfway done. So you don't really have the luxury of going slow here if you're Young Ninjas.
Especially with backstab coming in. Good adjustment from Rolf. We're going to get the kill though. Lax doubles up.
Oh.
Triple overall. 14-2. Pistol gained. And there is still no positives for the Young Ninjas right now. They kind of needed that pistol right there. Like, they couldn't afford to lose it. Now we're looking at probably a force buy here. If they eco it, then maybe they could get guns out to try go for the 15-2 overtime comeback.
Yeah.
That is 13 rounds in a row we're talking about though, and I think that they don't believe it possible either. Deagle's out, force buy in. It's do or die in these next 2 rounds for the Ninjas.
Yeah, it feels like the writing is on the wall, and if Young Ninjas are going to be able to do this, then maybe a lottery ticket is in the cards also to cap off the night. See how that pans out. Doesn't start well either. Spooky finds one, and even though Rolf is able to respond, all of this joy feels temporary for Young Ninjas. It's just so swiftly
There was
returned.
Like,
And hence temporary. the dopamine from getting a headshot is just quickly followed by sadness and depression. It's a nice shot, to be fair.
yeah, I mean, one to add to his highlight reel, I don't know if this match really wants to be remembered that much.
Just some
though.
editing and,
Yeah.
you know, you can work that
Yeah,
in there
some,
somehow.
like, you know, frag movie editing. We'll add some, like, you know, classic old school 2000s rock and make it like sort of frag movies and just
It'll be presentable.
time it with like the strike of a drum or something. And just, like,
There you go.
You know, we'll get someone. I'll get my buddy Zach onto that. And we'll sort you out.
But yeah, that might be the most memorable thing from the match, because right now it is pretty grim. 15-2, and the misery just continues. It does love company, and just in a blink of an eye, yeah, 3 members completely removed from the matchup. Young Ninjas going through murder hold fittingly to end. VHW caps it off with a nice 4K for the round at 16-2.
I think the key phrase you used in that last round was the blink of an eye, because that really is what that felt like just over in an instant. I am so shocked. I'm so shocked that it ended up like that, because I still believe that the Ninjas are good players, right? I still think they've got a lot of potential. But it's just, again, that thing we've been talking about the long-term benefits for this team, right? And I feel like, they're going to get there. But the matches like this against another Academy team who traditionally wouldn't be of the caliber of a Ninjas,
Yeah.
like that's where things go off the rails for this team. That's where you sort of look at it and think, you start to question that whole logic of that potential right there.
Yeah, I guess the one thing that you have to sort of assume with the Young Ninjas team is that, okay, this lineup is going to be the long-term project, right? Like, this is what you're trying to go further with. You're actually going to give them time to develop instead of having these constant changes back and forth and having a new lineup every other match. So they do feel a little bit of safety and comfort, and, you know, it's going to be easier to grow that way. And again, even though it is a rough start to the tournament, they do still get a second life through the lower bracket, so there's more potential, more chances to show yourself, and have some improvement. Because I will say, like, if we replay Mirage, let's say 10 times over, you're not going to get 16-2s every single time in the favor of 0-0 prospects, even though obviously you got to give them credit for a solid job.
Well, to take a look at the bracket to close out our quarterfinal matches, you can see how things have worked out for the Young Ninjas. They're against 9 Academy, and considering how well they did against Tricked, like, you can't see it on the cameras right now, but
Yeah,
they just made a cringe face, thinking that might be just as much of a tough task for the Ninjas in that lower bracket. I mean, I still have faith because they've got that more experience, and of course, the 9 Academy side have 5 players that never had any major experience in the same
Very
way
true.
that Rolf and NZTR have had. At the same time, though, they have become the dark horse of this whole tournament.
Yeah, again, if we're talking about positive surprise, or, you know, someone basically, yeah, doing better than what we expected in the opening rounds, it would have to be 9 Academy and, well, the guys we just saw, 0-0 prospects. And even in 0-0 prospects case, that would have been a little bit more expected. 9 Academy just came out of the blue for us and had a very, very promising showing versus Trick. So just giving off a form, giving off of, yeah, I guess basically the signs of life. They're much more positive for 9 Academy than Young Ninjas.
Absolutely, like, just brilliant stuff right there from the academy teams, from the underdog squads that we've just been seeing over the course of these first couple of days, and for the prospects obviously moving on to that bracket to the upper stage to face on the Trick side means that the journey's not going to get any easier.
Oh, no.
But if that match is anything to go off of, it does show that this team again have a lot of promise behind them as this tournament rolls on.
Absolutely, and it's going to be fun to follow their journey. And obviously, we have basically the entire week just jam-packed with with the continuation of the journey as well.
As the day wraps up, obviously we have to look forward to tomorrow, as the heroes of tomorrow will continue on with our 2 best-of-3s from the lower brackets. We will get to see how our Young Ninjas will do against 9 Academy in our second match of the day. Meanwhile, we will eliminate one of the Norwegian teams, unfortunately, for you, Vendetta.
Yeah, but we are also going to have one of them advance, which is, you know,
yeah, I mean,
glass half full.
Yeah, glass half full, but Metisport up against Bitfix Gaming is going to be the battle of the Norwegian teams.
Yeah.
And seeing what we've seen from both squads so far, we have, I think, a pretty decent inkling as to who's going to end up taking control of this one. I know you were talking about the idea that they face each other in the Teleleague. And,
yeah, domestic matchups are always
yeah.
a little bit funky in that sense, but Metasports obviously came off as a more of a positive surprise for us from what we've seen so far.
Absolutely, and of course those matches kick off at 5 p.m. tomorrow, CEST, as you would expect, in the same time as today, in the same place as today. So we'll be sure to welcome you back for that one as we look forward towards the rest of the heroes of tomorrow. Before we go, though, I want to ask you for your hero of today, Vendetta. Who do you think has been the most impressive player over our 2 matches?
Ooh, yeah, that's a bit of a tough one. I will say from the first one, because we got a bit of an expected result, you know, having the favorites win and show all his talent, even as much as Fesser and etc. Looked solid. I kind of want to go with Lax or 8x if I can split my choice in that section of 0-0 prospects, because
I'll allow that, because I did sort of spring that on you like last second.
But again, I had kind of set my eyes on certain players on 0-0 prospects, but it was, you know, the ones who went unmentioned who actually did most of the work. It felt like again, 8x fantastic on Mirage, much like even better than what he was in Vertigo, which is really cool to see him kind of going even further with that, showing you know, probably the most exciting round of the night as well, that on Mirage. And Lax, you have to give him, you know, some credit for what he did on Vertigo as well. Really set the tone for his team.
Yeah, we're going to see how far 0-0 prospects and those 2 players can progress as this bracket goes on. They are in the upper bracket, so they get a day off. So make sure you join us tomorrow again for our first couple of matches in the lower bracket. But until that point, we bid you all adieu on behalf of myself, the Eternal J, my co-commentator Vendetta, and everybody else here at the Mist Gaming offices. We want to thank you so much for watching and for listening. And we'll see you back here tomorrow at 5 p.m. to continue with the Heroes of Tomorrow.